Poker Tour. Today, we start our coverage of the main event with our first feature table taking their seats on the podium in this glorious solarium overlooking the temperate swimming pool. I'm James Hartigan, alongside me, Nick Walsh.
Hello, James. Thank you so much for having me. I'm glad to be back.
So, Nick, this tournament, which has a guaranteed prize pool of around $1 million, has a buy-in of around $1,300 US. So I guess we can look at it as a 1K. This is Flight 1C, and registration is still open. We're picking up the action at the start of level 8. Blinds 500, 1,000 with a 1K big blind ante. Registration closes at the end of level 10. So the field is still going to grow. That's why we don't have the field ticker up right now. They're going to play a total of 15 levels on day one. They are unlikely to get to the money today, which means tomorrow when we stream day 2, world famous bubble coverage.
Very excited, guys. And if you did miss it, we had some fantastic coverage from last night's Super High Roller here in Manila. So go check that out. But before we get too carried away, let's take a look at this spot right off the bat. Raise, ace-jack suited, 3-bet kings.
Players have just come back from break. This table has just moved to the feature table, and very first hand of the session, we get this open from Rakesh Lalwani with ace-jack of hearts, and Lukasz Jankowski, understandably, 3-betting with pocket kings.
Yep, story checks out. And we are going to see a flop here.
Has decided to call, out of position with the worst hand. But what do they say about kings? Ace magnets, always an ace on the desk. This is a pretty horrible flop for Jankowski.
Yeah, interesting body language here from Rakesh as well. Seems pretty pleased with this situation. Sort of slightly grinning. I would imagine a player like Lukasz here probably going to just fire again. Range wants to bet this board, so let's go ahead and put some more in the middle.
Yeah, so Jankowski, who is originally from Poland and now lives in Vietnam, has around 200K in live earnings, has continued here for 4.5K, and I'm guessing he's going to meet some resistance.
Yeah, I mean, at least continuing, of course, we're not calling with ace-jack pre-flop to start giving up. Rakesh clearly going to be a little bit uncomfortable with the fact that he does have a jack kicker here, but so often just going to be the best hand. Certainly not waving the white flag just yet. The club is also not very good for Lucas here. I think probably check turn a lot of the time. I mean, even if we're as strong as a hand like ace-king, we might still want to try and pot control here. Ace-queen, of course, also a concern. Sometimes we'll 3-bet ace-king and run into ace-queen here, so the 2-pair is of concern.
I'm going to tell you, Nick, he's not concerned about his jack kicker now.
Yeah, no, he's feeling good, especially when it goes check-check on the turn. I think we're in value bet territory.
And we get the understandable lead from Rakesh Lalwani, going for a little bit of value on the river with 2-pair. 27.5 in the pot. He's made it 10,300. I mean, I get that curiosity might lead you to call here. You do have a very strong hand with kings, but I don't know. The way this is played, there are so many aces in Lalwani's range.
Yeah, and the clubs are also not particularly nice. We can see Lucas is not happy about the setup here. It just kept getting worse. I mean, imagine Rakesh just has, 8-7 of clubs here. That's definitely a reasonable 3-bet defend. 9-10 of clubs, jack-10 of clubs, that kind of thing.
I like to choose one.
Discipline fold.
Rakesh offers one. No, please. It was nice.
Nice. Lalwani has around 120K in live earnings, most of them from events in Marrakesh.
Kings.
So the starting stack in this tournament, 30K. We were discussing beforehand, Nick, the structure for this tournament very similar to the structures for 1K tournaments that PokerStars runs in Europe. For example, the PokerStars Open main events seem to have a very similar structure in terms of starting stack blinds. The fact that it's 40-minute levels on day 1 and then 60-minute levels on days 2 and 3.
Yeah, and I think that's a really cool way to structure the event. I mean, I know we're extremely biased here, James, being PokerStars ambassadors ourselves, but if you guys have never really experienced a proper PokerStars event, you won't fully understand the quality of dealer, the quality of structure, the bang for your buck is just excellent. And PokerStars consistently a market leader in adjusting their structures to better suit the play, to try and crack down on people exploiting certain aspects of the game that people don't like. Um, the transition to playing hands per level later in the events as well, I think, is pretty major. The decision to start doing big blind ante as one of the first sort of market adopters of that as well. It's just something really, really good. And if you are interested in playing cards in a live scene, PokerStars are just the best at it.
We've seen Anacleto Quijano open here with 10-7 of spades. Yes, Ray Geeka has a dominating hand, but it's a cursed hand, the ace-7 offsuit. Now, being super short, he is going to take a stand. He is going to be all in. And this is a really awkward spot for the 10-7 suited, where you kind of priced yourself into making the call.
Yeah, this is suddenly kind of gross, and I think he agrees, James.
I mean, memes aside, we know the 10-7's winning this, right?
I mean, whenever you find yourself in these spots, you think to yourself, wow, this is a bit of a gift, no? And then as soon as your brain thinks that, you know you're in deep, deep trouble.
$9-6-6, actually looking pretty good for ace high. However, still around 40% equity for the 10-7.
Yeah, doesn't feel like it should be 40%, right, James? Doesn't feel fair that that's 40% equity on that board.
River card is not a 10 or an 8. Somehow ace high holds. Maybe the curse doesn't work over in Asia. But that is going to be a double up for Ray Geeka. Still short with around 19K, 19 big blinds. So yeah, starting stack right now would be 30 big blinds. I believe the next two levels are the same, what we call a double blind level. We go to 600, 1200 for levels 9 and 10. Then late registration closes. So if you were to max late reg this, if you were to come in at the start of level 11, you would have a 20 big blind stack because the blinds would be 1K, 1500 with a 30K starting stack. And for me, Nick, and I know that this is such a widely debated issue and everyone has an opinion, and I don't play that many tournaments, so why is my opinion valid? I don't feel you should ever be able to start a tournament with fewer than 20 big blinds.
No, I tend to agree, James. I'm all for more entries. I'm all for building prize pools. I'm all for giving people opportunities to play in the events that they came to travel for, right? And James, we've spoken about this so often, right? If you travel for an event and you're looking forward to playing one event and you get really unlucky on day one in the first 10 minutes, you just feel like it's a wasted trip if you can't re-enter. But, I know you're a big fan of the single re-entry format, that we observe in many of our events as well for that exact reason. But yeah, I'm with you. I think that it's somewhat irresponsible. I think also probably we just want to give people a fighting chance to spin it up if they are going to invest that late in the game. Another interesting setup here.
Yeah, for sure. We've got ace queen for both Lalwani and Keanu. We've had the raise, we've had the 3 bets, and Peter Kula is going to fold the ace jack. Well, Keybon Park has king jack in the big. I don't think this plays well against a 3 bet, especially when you're not closing the action.
Yeah, I think you're right, James.
One thing I was just going to quickly highlight, Nick, is I firmly believe that in big buy-in championship events, single re-entry should be the max. This tournament being a 1K price point, I believe has, I should say, unlimited re-entry in each flight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's fine. I'm completely with you, James. there's a big difference between, allowing people with huge bankrolls to really wield it in events where it's prohibitive to others. And then there's, these
Yes.
events, which I think probably just benefit from having more runners, benefit from a bigger prize pool, let the people play.
Well,
Now, who wants it more,
Lalwani.
James?
Yeah, this is the second time we've seen him call a 3-bet out of position. Does not really connect with the flop. Okay, he's got the ace of hearts in his hand. But considering they both have the same hand, this is where position and maybe who bets first will be a factor. I don't know, I guess you can call one and reassess on the turn.
Yeah, I think probably on a texture like this feels fine. We certainly don't want to get bluffed here. Against the smaller continuation bet as well, just sometimes an ace or a queen might be good, right? What if our opponent has tens or jacks or something like that? So let's stick around and let's see. It's not outside the realms of possibility. Our opponent does have an ace that we dominate here as well. Like ace jack suited, ace 10 suited, possibly just like an ace 5 bluff even. Checks it over to the aggressor now. Interesting shift in body language here. So sort of Quijano here having the folded arms, a very decisive bet on the flop, and now starts shuffling chips.
I mean, there's a very strong chance this goes check on the river. Both have showdown value with ace high.
Yeah, I think you're right, James. I mean, this is a spot where a lot of people will suddenly feel as though they need to start bluffing, but I'm with you. Yeah, I think this is definitely more unusual from the ace queen, but imagine you get ace king to fold once in a while. That would also be kind of cool. I'm with you though, James. I do think the check was probably on my ticket.
But instead, we have had the lead, and we're going to get the ace high hero call, I think, from Quijano. He's counted it out.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a man that wants to fold.
Ace high.
Queen high.
Hand. Chop.
This, Nicholas, is a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone
loves a chop pot.
Let the audience do the rating. Don't say anything. No feedback.
I'm not
no
going to say
comments.
I'm not going to say anything.
I have problem with this. I cannot see what doing.
3 out of 10. 7. Guys, there's a widely differing scores.
I like the table there, right? Here is difficult, right?
Oh, no, it's not difficult. Just beware that you finally know what you're playing with.
Tom is the honesty police. 6. Nick is less
Tom
than a
says-
second later than James. James has to wait about half a second. See, that's useful. Useful information. Not just a one-digit score or disaster, terrible. Never do that again. Constructive feedback. That's what we need. It's very
That's right.
difficult to work out what the delay is and what the lag is and who has to compensate for who.
This is why we love Tom. Useful, helpful. Those are adjectives I would apply to my good friend Lahotsky.
Yeah, I was loving the fact that I woke up this morning to seeing Nick taking a stroll along the Brighton seafront. I'm like, great, Nick's just done this great advert for the stream. Repost.
We do take turns, don't we, James? It depends who wakes up first, but we usually latch onto each other's content. It was a beautiful day. It was a beautiful day.
It does look like a beautiful day. So we have seen the raise from Quijano with 6s. David Wang from Australia is going to pop it up here with queens, 3-betting to 7,500. Now, this is an accomplished player, Nick. Wang has $3 million in live earnings. He is 19th on Australia's all-time money list. Oh, Lalwani's got kings.
Wow, what a wake up. And he's been in so many pots now. James, I think we got a cold 4-bet here. What's the size, though? Really good question. I mean, 15, 16, 18?
Beware the cold 4 from the big. 21K is the re-raise from Lalwani. Easy fold for 6s. Queens, not so much. And Wang doesn't have much behind. Wang's only got around 35 bigs left.
This is pretty brutal, James. I think I don't see a way out. I mean, when we play live poker, I think we have an opportunity to make some very big folds. The size that he uses as well, to me, James, doesn't necessarily scream kings. You know, it is quite a large cold 4-bet, and for that reason, you know, we really do start to feel like this could be ace king still quite often. Yeah, rough spot though for sure. Queens doesn't feel the best. Send it in.
All in with queens, called by Lalwani with kings. A cooler situation and a 90k pot with Wang's tournament life on the line.
Good luck, brother.
The flop, 10-9-6, and a queen was folded pre-Nick. David Wang only has one out.
Oh dear.
Put a 7 and
Jack for a sweat.
8 over there.
Doesn't pick up any additional outs on the turn. Only the queen of clubs on the river is going to save David from elimination. No queen. This is my friend, Mr. Wang. No offense. He is eliminated, but as we have highlighted, registration has not closed on day 1C. Multiple entries are allowed, so maybe Mr. Wang will fire another $1,300 and give himself another shot in the APPT Manila main event.
You know, James, I was you beat me to it. I was about to say David Wang, a player that we've seen a lot on the global stage, but also in particular, I've done commentary on this gentleman for the APPT and events exactly like this multiple times. Really, really talented, super composed, great table presence. Obviously, a very successful player in his own right on the over the 3 million mark in live earnings there. It's a real shame. We might still see him later on. As you say, James, there's still time to re-enter. Plenty of levels, in fact, to re-enter. So wish him all the best. And let's not count him out just yet. There's still a chance we see Mr. David Wang return to the stage.
In my hand at times, so it's not enough to be lucky. I know. Yeah.
So yeah, because registration has not closed yet, we do not have the confirmed field size. We are not showing the players remaining. There is a player at this table who I recognize, Nick, from the last EPT we streamed. The player in seat 8 at the opposite end of the table is Leonardo Drago from Italy, who came third in the 100K high roller at EPT Monte Carlo.
Well spotted there, James. Very good.
When we were going around the table in a previous hand, I'm like, I know that guy. There he is. Not involved in this hand, but sat very colourfully attired. We have gone 3 ways to this flop, 9-8-7, and that means Park has the best hand with a pair of 8s and a straight draw.
Yeah, not tons of chips behind here. 22.5K and 8K in the pot already. I think he's probably feeling pretty good about just getting this in if he needs to. Let's just start betting to deny some equity. I think this is totally fine. Having said that, it is the bottom end of the straight. Now, actually, on second glance, perhaps a check. I'm undecided, actually, personally.
Things have been going Lalwani's way at this feature table thus far. However, I'm not sure how he proceeds beyond the turn.
Yeah, floating here with the gut shot and the 2 over cards is one thing. If there's more action on the turn, though, I don't know if King Jack can continue. You'd have to have a pretty specific read to start calling here. You kind of need to.
Well, Alwani
Alwani-
has checked.
Yeah, James. And Lolwani definitely a bit of a. He likes to stare people down. You can see him. He's trying to get reads.
And
Nice.
yeah, that turn bet from Park is going to get a fold from Lalwani. We've got someone watching on YouTube, Nick, who's actually in Manila, who is playing this tournament. Shout out to John Riyad, who has already bagged one of the day one flights and says, I'm playing day two tomorrow, so wish me luck, pointing out that he played with Jankowski yesterday, so Lucas is clearly not on his first bullet. John highlighting that, yes, we are on a very long delay. Often poker is streamed on a delay for game integrity reasons, like with a minimum delay of 30 minutes. The reason why we have an extended delay for this stream is we are primarily broadcasting to an audience in Europe and North America, and it makes more sense to stream at a time of day when people are likely to be watching poker. So late afternoon, early evening in Europe, and kind of early morning / mid-morning in North America. The advantage as well of streaming on a longer delay, and this is something we now do on the EPT streams with our dynamic delay, is removing all the breaks. So anytime the players go off for 15 minutes or take a dinner break, you don't have to worry about us running archive hands from 2007 that you've seen 1,000,001 times before on social media. We just skip straight to the start of the next session of play.
Yeah, James, you mentioned just a moment ago about Monte Carlo this year, and I have to say, I think that was probably one of my favorite EPTs from a content perspective. I've got many other favorite EPTs for personal reasons, but just the sort of super high stakes nature of what we covered.
Yes.
The no delays, just back to back, wall to wall poker. I think was really, really exciting to cover, and I think a lot of people really enjoyed watching it as well. And we're trying to replicate that here. I mean, even augmenting the delay to try and bring it to you guys at a more palatable hour.
I like the divide in Monte Carlo. We had 4 days of high roller coverage, 4 days of main event coverage, which works for that location because it is the home of the high rollers. Obviously, in Barcelona, we'll be a little bit more biased towards the main event. We are going to do the 100K super high roller final table, and then 6 days of the main event, which is normally the biggest EPT main event in the calendar year. A reminder that we are streaming EPT Barcelona on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels from Sunday, August 23rd. Not long to wait now. We have seen a bet from Drago here with the gut shot, and that's going to get 2 folds.
Yeah, this is real
Originally
nice. I like
from Italy, but lives in Singapore, so hasn't had to travel too far to go to this event in Manila. 1.7 million in live earnings, most of that coming from his third place finish in the high roller for one drop in Monte Carlo this spring. That was worth 1.1 million. He's an investment professional, an entrepreneur, also a lecturer in finance. It was a shame that he didn't stick around, actually. After making that final table in Monte Carlo, he left town the next day, didn't play the 250K, wasn't available for a potential cash game later in the week. Hopefully we'll see him back in Europe soon. Hello to Islander, who says, good morning from Vancouver, Canada. I visited Vancouver for the first time last month. Did a guided tour of Gastown and particularly enjoyed the steam-powered clock.
I was very jealous of your Alaska trip as well, James. That did look like a lot of fun. Was there a cold plunge involved?
There was not a cold plunge involved, but
there was no polar plunge.
It is one of the best vacations I've ever done and one of the most beautiful parts of the world that I've ever visited.
Yeah, very cool.
But yes, the cruise did end in Vancouver and we just stayed an extra night.
Aces, by the way. Was this the limp from the aces? No, raise from under the gun, limp. Okay, so call from the aces +1. Got it.
Yes. Yes, Drago, we haven't
Right.
seen his cards, but we know that Kula just called the raise. And looks like we've seen calls from the small blind and the big blind as well. And just answering GP's question very quickly, it's a $1,300 buy-in. Queen Jack 4 on the flop. Maybe aces is still the best hand. Maybe Leonardo Drago has Queen Jack. Maybe Leonardo Drago has 2 diamonds.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the check from the aces here, of course, guys. It is unconventional. I'm not saying it won't work some of the time, but really ending up 4 ways to a flop with aces is always a concern. Not only makes it very difficult to know what to do on streets, but we just lose equity. As soon as there are more players in the pot, you literally will win the pot less often. And really often when you see somebody raising from under the gun, they're going to have combinations that they want to continue with. So it's not as though we're not going to find a customer if we find a 3-bet here a little bit more often. And when I say a little bit more often, I mean a lot, pretty much every time.
I get where Kula's coming from, though, right? When he flats under the gun +1, he's just hoping that one of the guys behind is going to re-raise and he can then spring the trap. It's just unfortunate that no one did that, and he ends up getting calls from the blinds as well. And now decides to raise after we get the continuation bet from Drago.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, James. I do think that, there is merit to maybe flatting aces to try and get people to 3-bet behind. But at this stack depth, when we're, still relatively deep, it just happens so much less of the time, especially when you're calling +1, people will recognize that you're going to have a stronger range. So the 3-bet bluffing just doesn't exist nearly as much.
Yeah.
But there we have it. Yeah. Aces does find a way to win the pot regardless.
So Duncan makes a good point on Twitch. It is Saturday, Nick. Now, I know, I'm going to contradict myself here. I know that in Monte Carlo, I ruled the death of Chat Pro Saturday. And I'm still minded to go along with that. However, for this event, for this stream, I think we're going to bring it out of retirement. And I'm going to give you a really good reason why. There is no way in hell it's happening in Barcelona, because the final table of the main event, where they are going to be playing for hundreds of thousands of euros in prize money, is on the Saturday. So there is no way anything goes during that final table. So as compensation, I'm going to allow it one last time during this APPT Manila stream.
Oh, dear. There we go, chat. Tom, strap in.
Making quads and chopping, or full house and chopping as well.
I'm going to say as well, and I'm not for 1 second trying to denigrate the APPT or in any way remove the prestige of this main event. It is a 1K buy-in. And as we saw from yesterday's Super High Roller final table, Nick, the play is maybe not at the same level as what we would see on the European Poker Tour and big buy-in events. So I kind of feel that our audience has more justification, shall we say, in providing their own analysis on what we're seeing streamed.
That, and I would also like to add that obviously, although it has come to an end, the Chat Pro Poker Show did basically confirm that Chat Pros were in fact better at poker. We did not have a single week where there was not a designated viewer and official Chat Pro who final tabled our event. Not a single week out of like 21 weeks or something like that. So the Chat Pros do have a little something going for them. It's fair. We have to give them a little bit of credit where credit is due.
Yes.
But
Now,
I agree with what you're saying. And also, it's one of the reasons why I love the APPT, because we do get to see such a wide range of skill levels.
So, with apologies to Tom and Ed, we are going to make this Chat Pro Saturday. If you don't understand what that means, any analysis, any commentary that you guys make on what we are seeing being played here in Manila is objectively correct. I am always keen to underline that Chat Pro Saturday doesn't mean anything goes. You can't just say whatever you want. It has to be about the poker. So abusive comments about players, anything critical of their appearance, their demeanor, their behavior, that doesn't fly. Anything about other stuff in the world does not fly. But any analysis of the poker is, under the rules of Chat Pro Saturday, is objectively correct.
All right, somebody give it a go. Flex your muscles here, chat. Let's see what you got.
2-5.
Hit 7 raised to 2,500. Hit 8 fold.
Wendell Butt has raised the button with ace-10 suited. Peter Kula is going to call in the big blind with jack-5 suited. Wendell, a new player to the table. Oh, no, he's been there from the start. Sorry, he just hasn't played a hand yet.
Does find a continuation bet.
Bart has around 16K in live earnings. Biggest cash to date, 4.5K. Lives in the Philippines. Peter Kula from the Czech Republic has 40K in cashes. He now lives out in Asia, resides in Bali. Yes, he can. I will allow it. Peter Kula is a bad Justin Through lookalike. That is one of the bad lookalikes we've had in a while.
Nice work. I agree. So check raise is the line. And I believe ace-10 cannot fold just yet.
Yeah, I don't want to get into it in too much detail, Undersea Monkey, but you've got a valid point. I have no problem with people wanting to wear face masks for health reasons, but you kind of have to keep the mouth and the nose covered in order for it to be effective. And that ends any conversation about masks. Moving on.
Yeah, he looks very resigned. He doesn't look happy. The body language to me is saying, I feel uncomfortable about this situation. I think he might be considering another raise. Like, I think it's natural just to want to flat here, to be honest, but his body language is kind of saying, I want to fold.
Yeah.
Let's see. It could just be Hollywood. Wow.
Blumenek folds ace-10 on that board.
Me. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Worried about a random 7. Well, chat pros, you know what to do.
Yeah, especially with the ace kicker. I mean, if we're folding to a check raise on that texture with ace-10, we're definitely getting exploited there.
Maybe he did that. Yeah, the 7. Yeah, I'll see it. I'll see it.
Probably 6-7.
I'll see it later.
7 Folder says, I wish the tournament will come to Indonesia in the future. As far as future stops on the APPT are concerned, I believe the tour will be in Korea in September, and then, of course, returning to APPT Manila in October for the APPT Championship. And that will be in the Coral Lounge. This tournament being played in the Cove, which, for reasons I don't quite understand, Nick dubs the Thunderdome.
What's not to understand? It's the Thunderdome.
Yeah, when I think Thunderdome, I think of Mad Max 3. I think of, like, you know, a dystopian hellscape. This is like a solarium. It's got a swimming pool and everything.
That's what the Thunderdome is like when it was off season in Mad Max, you know? After all the death matches were concluded, the pool came out.
By the way, seeing that swimming pool multiple times yesterday and the whole conversation we had about it being the prize pool where you have to dive in when you win the tournament, it did motivate me. I'm very lucky. There is a pool at the building where I'm at. I did use the pool yesterday, so I had a very nice late afternoon, early evening swim.
That's lovely, James. Yeah, I managed to get to the gym today. Had a little sauna this morning, as I alluded to in my post on the socials. You know what, James? It feels very rewarding to feel like you're, doing something for your health, and you're getting up early and you're doing something to, improve your overall well-being. It doesn't have to take it out of you, though. I tell you what. Also, got to give a shout out here to O5 Pro over on the UK YouTube. I think this was an attempt at a Chat Pro comment. It says, any hand which loses, I would not have played like that. Perfect. Chat Pro Saturday comment. Very good job.
Yes, Wyatt, I agree. Swimming is very good for back pain from time sitting in chairs. Sitting is literally killing us, and I spend far too much time sitting. In fact, you know what? I might go to standing desk mode a bit later on today.
I think that's a great shout. My new office will allow for standing desk as well. I just need to work out a better option for the mic to get it close to my face when I'm in standing mode.
You see...
I know you're going to say
attach the desk, Nick.
I know. I'm aware of that. The new desk, as you know, James, is a fold away. So I'm trying to figure out how best to attach. Yeah, there's not as much real estate as I previously had. I'll figure it out. It's all good. I mean, James was about to say I should also just be wearing my headset, which is also very valid. But we don't like to say things like that.
Hello to Ninja, who gives us a big shout out from Vietnam.
Hello, Ninja. I would love to visit Vietnam. I still have not made the trip, but I hear great things. People say Da Nang is meant to be like the place to live, and I would very much like to check that out for myself.
Yeah, I think it's going to happen next year. We're going to have to do a trip to Asia. Going to have to see places like Philippines, Vietnam, Thailand, hopefully Japan as well. Need to make it happen.
James, if you want me to join you on a Asia retreat over the course of several months, all you have to do is ask.
Thanks, Nick. I already have a travel partner, but I appreciate the offer. 10-10-9, and Lalwani's got kicker problems.
Sick flex. This feels like a very standard small continuation bet. Rakesh says you're wasting your chips.
Ooh, Rakesh has picked up the flush draw, has the king of hearts in his hand. Hey, Nick, if the heart comes on the river, that would be a sick cooler.
It would indeed. You should have saved that one. We could have used that.
I griffined it.
You griffined it, but it is a good one, though. I appreciate that one. You know what's funny, James, is if Rakesh had trip 10s here, do you think he'd say out loud, you're wasting your chips? I don't know if that's a tell, but for me, it definitely is.
Oh, 100%.
As soon as somebody calls a bet and says you're wasting your chips, the likelihood that they have a strong hand decreases by perhaps 85%, maybe more.
So Lalwani calls for 2.5K. The river is a heart. Cooler. And it goes check, James, check.
This is a sick cooler.
Yeah, but interesting that Lalwani, I guess, I don't know, because there's 4 hearts out there, that river is getting checked back so many times. So weird that he didn't lead that river.
Yeah, I think the lead feels more natural, James. Obviously, you could still convince your opponent to stick in some bluffs, or indeed, if they have the ace of hearts, you're saving yourself a couple bucks, I guess. But for the most part, I think you want to have a lead there. I think you're absolutely right.
Just a 5 or a 6K probably. On the river,
really quickly as well, James Snowden over on Twitch chat says, yo boys, is this live or pre-recorded replays? This is live. However, we should highlight that what you're seeing, while still in action in real time, has been delayed by something like 7 hours. So we're watching the event basically as live. However, we are currently in real time with you 7 hours in the future.
Yeah, we're seeing it for the first time. Now, yes, if you start searching around the internet, you can probably find spoilers, but let's not do that. And certainly let's not post anything in the YouTube chat or the Twitch chat. The reason for that delay, by the way, guys, and we start on roughly a 6-hour delay, and then the delay gets a little bit shorter as we chop out the breaks, just so that we can watch this at a reasonable time of day. With the time difference, the Philippines being kind of awkward for Europe and North America, it's good to broadcast this at a time when people might actually want to watch it. Action folded to Kula, who's got aces again.
Call lang yan. 1-2 lang yan.
How much? Okay, just a call.
Uh-oh, was that a misclick call?
He should add 400 because he's raised more than half.
Yeah, he should say, he should declare it.
No, if he put 2 chips, it's a raise. It's not a call. 2,400. It's a raise. Yeah, action changes now.
Yeah, I think he's right.
It's 2-4.
It's 2-4.
Yeah. You can choose your action.
Okay, so Kula does raise. Min raised to 2,400 because we are now at the 600, 1,200 blind level. A reminder that this is a double blind level, so they'll play an hour and 20 with these blinds. Then late registration will close. Three deuces and just the one club.
Yeah, and now James, of course, with that action pre-flop being a bit of a kerfuffle, it does start to put strange ideas in players' heads, right? So ace-5 of clubs suddenly feeling like, wait a second, did he really mean to raise? Is this an angle? I'm not suggesting for 1 second that Kula was angle shooting.
The key thing, though, Nick, and the key problem for Ray Geeker is he doesn't have many chips. He's only got 16K behind. Now he's calling one here, and this just goes 4 of clubs, 3 of clubs. He's toast.
Yeah, and I think also now it would be kind of cool to see Kula put in a little trap check now. There's 14.5K behind. There's 10.8 in the middle. If we bet again, we might start losing, some of these floats. If he had a hand like Jack 10 that floated, he's going to have a boat. He's never getting away from it anyway. I think betting is never going to be bad, but I think the check actually might be an interesting little sneaky action here to try and convince, pocket 5s, pocket 6s, pocket 3s that they're still good on a later street, or indeed convince your opponent to turn their hand into a bluff or, whatever. Your opponent will almost never have quad deuces in this spot. So we have the effective nuts.
So Ray is going to fold the river. He did not call there. He folds, and he's going to leave himself just over 10 big blinds. Just going back to that hand between Kula and Lalwani, where he made that comment, Nick. I would say, and I'm guilty of this as well, the less you can say when you're in a hand, the better. When you make comments like that, when you start engaging people in conversation, you give away so much. And I know that I probably have made the mistake of losing action or inducing action when I don't want it because I couldn't keep my mouth shut. So my general advice to everyone would be say as little as possible.
Yeah, I think that there is a time and a place for speech play, but I would argue that I can probably count on one hand the number of people that are very good at speech play, and everyone else who thinks that they're good at speech play actually are just giving away information left, right, and center. There's already enough information to be seen and to be heard without
Yeah.
adding any more into the mix like that.
Oh, yeah, I guess I have to concede defeat on this one. Mood Keeps says, Will Kasuf is the king of speech play. Bad Gerbil Lion says, Will Kasuf is a speech play god. It is Chat Pro Saturday, so those two people are objectively 100% correct. Well, Gijano has flop best here with top pair, facing this continuation bet of 1800 from Peter Kula. He calls. Improves to two pair on the turn. Kula drawing dead.
Yeah, two pair, feeling a lot more confident now.
Leads for 3,500. Unlikely that Kula is going to call river with queen high. Could do something funky like bluff raising, but decides just to fold. There is the pool inside the cove as we check the stacks of the players at our feature table. Rakesh Lalwani, the table chip leader with 177k. Reminder, starting stack is 30k. Half the table above starting stack. The short stack is Ray Geeka playing just 14.5k at the 600, 1200 blind level.
Yeah, that's right. Mr. Geeka needs to find some moves here to get back in the game. I'd say we've had no shortage of action.
There is a chance, Nicholas, that once play concludes today and we're done with the stream, a reminder that we'll be streaming day 2 and the final day on Sunday and Monday. I might go to the cinema for the second time this week. I don't often go to the cinema.
Let me guess. Are you going to see Odyssey?
I've seen that already. I saw that on Tuesday.
Okay. Okay.
I went to see it at the Chinese theater because I wanted to see it in 70mm IMAX. It's one of the few cinemas in the world that can do it. But the film that I may see this afternoon also stars Tom Holland and Zendaya.
Ooh, Spider-Man.
Yeah. King 6 on the flop. By the way, I'm not going to get into it in huge detail. What I really, really liked the Odyssey, but I did not love it. When I came out of Oppenheimer, I felt I just watched a masterpiece and probably had watched the peak, the pinnacle of Christopher Nolan's career as a filmmaker. I think the Odyssey is a really, really, really good film, but it's not quite up there for me as I felt Oppenheimer was. It's still an amazing cinematic accomplishment and a pretty solid adaptation of a great story.
Yeah, I still have yet to see it. As you say, James, I would like to see the big IMAX version or whatever it's called officially. But speaking on Spider-Man, did you get a chance to watch any Spider Noir with Nicolas Cage?
I have not seen it, no.
Neither have I. I'm not sure if anybody in the chat has seen it. It is Chat Pro Saturday after all, so feel free to tell me your exact feelings on it. I agree, though, James. Oppenheimer really was something to behold. I thought the cinematography and the coloring and everything, it was very emotional, and I think it really captured the what they were trying to go for.
Absolutely incredible. I remember just being, forgive the expression, shell shocked, just sat there in the cinema for like 5 minutes as the credits rolled, just thinking, wow, I mean, I've seen something which is incredible. So we've seen Jankowski open ace-4 in the cutoff here. Quijano deciding what to do with Queen 9 of diamonds, elects to call. $10-8 deuce on the flop. Drago came along from the big blind as well.
Yeah, I would say probably advantage Drago here. We can see he's got 30% equity, but I just feel like Queen Jack is a hand that's going to play best on this board. You know, Quijano does sort of still have this opportunity to take a stab and does have the gut shot as well. I don't think with the Queen of Spades we're going to get away from this if we're Drago. In particular, I would say even Queen Jack without the Queen of Spades, we probably do want to stick around and see what's going on here. And Quijano, perhaps not the most aggressive customer we've seen so far. I believe it was Quijano who was trying to trap with those aces earlier, for example.
So Queen Jack high, the best hand now. Action goes check, check on the turn.
Quick check.
Deuce on the river.
I wouldn't mind Drago turning his hand into a bluff here, but he does decide to check, and I think that's completely understandable as well. We do open the door for something like this now. We do see reaching for chips. The issue that I have here, James, is we don't really know what that button range looks like. It could be king high, it could be ace high. We're losing to those immediately. It could be a pocket pair like pocket sevens, pocket fives, or whatever. There you go. He had a plan. He had a plan. I was going to go on to say here that the snap check turn is almost always not a strong hand, right? That was the fastest check we've seen so far. If your opponent bets this flop, even if they have a pair of eights, they are still going to, you know, consider what they're going to do on the turn, right? If they value bet a pair of eights on this flop, they're going to consider value betting on the turn. He had basically pressed the give up button on the turn immediately, and Drago picked up on that and pounced on it as a check raise. That was very cute.
Nice. Bluffing with the best hand. Picks up the pot.
I think for my money, just turn Queen Jack into a bluff there and just win that pot a ton of the time. We're going to get lots of better hands to fold.
Undersea Monkey advising everyone to read the Odyssey, pointing out that Emily Wilson's translation is really good. I have really enjoyed, by the way, Emily Wilson's commentary on the movie, saluting what Christopher Nolan has achieved, what he's got right, but also pointing out maybe some of the flaws with the movie as well. It is by no means a perfect adaptation of the story. Understandably, there are certain elements of the story which he's had to jettison because he had to fit it into a 3-hour movie. And also he's chosen a particular focus. I'm not going to go into detail, as I said. He's looking at the story through a specific lens to say something about humanity, to say something about where we are at now as a civilization. But yeah, the original story is incredible. I was very lucky that I studied classical civilization and got to read both the Iliad and the Odyssey in translation, and they are just amazing stories. And a reminder, by the way, that they are just stories. They're myths. So anyone who brings up historical accuracy is a moron.
How old would they be now, James? The Iliad and the Odyssey. You know, how many thousands of years? Yeah, thousands now. I like Drago's scarf as well. Is this scarf or like a hoodie? Looks like it's a scarf, maybe. Oh, it's a Burton scarf. It's like a snowboard scarf. Love that.
Cooler. Still with just ace high, but with the best hand, pair of deuces.
Wendell is going to consider a bet here. This is pretty bold, going for value here. I think this might be a bit thin for me. We can see it's absolutely right on the money, though. He is technically value betting the best hand. You're opening yourself up to get check raise bluffed here, though, and I think Peter Kula is very capable of doing that. There's an argument that Peter Kula will have a 3 where Wendell is not meant to have one nearly as often. He could certainly trap check a 3 here on the river, try and allow his opponent to bluff some of his range, and then go for the check raise. But I think with Peter having ace-9, he's more considering here whether or not this is just the best hand as is, right? We don't want to go turning showdown into a bluff too often. So he's probably thinking more about whether or not he's going to call here than whether or not he's going to bluff. But I think the bluff is definitely a thing that might play into his mind here. Does fold the worst hand? I love this from Undersea Monkey, by the way. Probably about 3.5 thousand years old. We're talking about the Iliad in the Odyssey chat. In terms of the oral tradition, but it's not my area of expertise, so I'm not going to chat pro it. Undersea Monkey, you do understand what chat proing it means, right?
Aces for Keybum Park.
If he had the 3, I think he would
5.
lead the club, lead the river.
Do we get any customers?
Not yet.
Ooh, I don't know. Anacleto, he's the kind of guy that likes to see flops. He's got a pretty hand.
I don't know. 8-6 suited in the hijack. Flatting here seems less than ideal.
It's less than ideal for me, James. For Anacleto, it is an opportunity to see a flop, and he's going to go for it. Ooh, Peter Kula, pocket tens.
See, this is the problem now, right? With flatting with the 8-6, it invites the squeeze from Kula.
Yep. Yeah, well spotted there, James. You're absolutely right. I think against the under the gun, we can still just call. I think I prefer call, but...
And that is what Kula will do. And Geeka, getting a good price to see 3 cards, but also, as a short stack, I was going to say, sees potential dead money out there and decides to get the rest in. I understand why he's doing this, but yeah, against aces, this is not going to work.
Yeah, and actually, James, if we're sat at the table and we can see all the stacks, that's also another reason why 8-6 of spades does very poorly as a call here, right? The big blind is too easy to get these chips in if he finds equity, and then suddenly we've just dusted a bunch of money that we're not going to be able to follow up with here. But now the aces with the option. Do we just call? Do we ship? He's going to ship.
Ship. Right, please fold. Come on. Let's get on with it. Dude, you made a speculative call. It hasn't worked out. Fold. Move on. You do not need to sit here and tank after a 3-bet all-in and a 4-bet jam. At least
oh, the 10s get away.
Folding the 10s really quickly. Obviously, you have to fold 10s in this spot. So, yes, Ray Geeka at risk and way behind.
I mean, what's cool about the king queen here, though, James, is we can see he's obviously behind. You know, he's got about 13% equity, but there's so much additional dead money in here. It kind of makes up for it.
Not looking good for the king queen.
Jack or 10. Jack and a 10.
I understand why he made the move, but it could work out for him if there's a jack on the river. 3 outs.
Whoa! Oh! Additional dead money in the pot.
It's so much funner when you go runner, the Broadway straight for Ray Geeka, and he survives. And that is a huge pickup for him.
Ba-boom. Incredible stuff.
1% on the flop, as Percoceti points out.
Bro. Okay.
And this is the point in the proceedings after that dramatic run out. Well, we can say good afternoon / evening to Sebastian Huber from Team Pro. Hello, Seb.
Hey guys, what's up? Very, very nice to come back with that hand. It's
Absolutely.
crazy run out.
What a warm-up, what an introduction. Nick, I'm going to allow you to take control, and I will see you guys in 60 minutes.
All right, we'll see you shortly. Hello, Seb. Welcome to the stream. And what a way, as you said, to enter the arena. Welcome back to the Thunderdome as we continue day 1C from APPT Manila. How's the weather, Seb?
Oh, man. As always, here in the east of Austria, around Vienna, incredible hot. Since 2-3 weeks, we have, I think, average 36 degrees or something like that.
My
Pretty
goodness.
crazy. And another question is, what about the tens? I think, how deep was Kulev?
Yeah, good question there.
I was
I
really
think maybe
curious.
20, 25 deep, 25 big blinds deep. I mean, I'm with you. That definitely could have played out very differently. I
Even
know the
with
open
the
was from under the
regen.
gun. Yeah.
Even with
Yeah,
the regen, it's probably a bit closer.
I know James was telling me he thinks it's an obvious fold, but I definitely don't know. It feels pretty close to me.
I feel like I like the fold after this the flat more, but I think you can just jam it pre as well. But anyway, he saved himself. He would have came third in that hand. The king queen gets there, and we have another interesting one right away. By the way, how big is that stack? 174k?
Yeah, 170k. Really early on, Lalwani managed to find kings versus queens, so he got an early double, and he has won a fair few pots since then as well. I need to get back to you on that anyway, Seb. I actually don't recall what the stack depth was in that previous spot with the tens versus aces versus king queen. Hopefully, we'll get a chance to look at the graphics again in just a moment. As
I feel
played,
like it was
though,
around 25 or it's.
I thought it might have been 25, something like that, but
Yeah.
we need to look. Where are we at? 12? Yeah, something like that.
Good fold. Very well done. Nice one. Anyway, how was the first hour?
Really exciting,
see a
man.
lot
Yeah,
of
we've had a lot of action so far. We've had a couple coolers. Like I said, Lalwani really early doors managed to get kings in against queens, and has actually won a few pots since then as well. But as always, the APPT never fails, Seb. As I mentioned yesterday, with such a great mix of players, from all walks of life, from all different parts of the world, from all different, skill brackets, I suppose you might say. We do get to see some really interesting setups that are, less common in the more studied, higher stakes games that we sometimes do commentary on. Let's see if Lukas wants to play this one. I would be playing King 8 suited here. If it was me. He decides
All
against
day
it.
long.
It seems like a really nice combo to play there, but he decides against it.
Same with the Jack 10.
Jack 10 suiting. Let's go. Oh no, we're limping. We're limping +2. This is a call for 1200. We'll take a look at Kula's stack in just a moment as well. And we can put to bed our question marks. How many chips? We're not going to see it now, huh? Perfect.
We're not going to see it, but it's okay. Ooh, the fives is quite a big raise with the fives.
Yeah, very, very big raise. And Jack 10 suited just limp folding there as well. I mean, look, it was a ginormous raise, but very pretty hand to continue with there potentially.
I understand it. He folded against the guy who did the guy open fold? No, he folded to a raise on the ace 10 on the flop.
Oh yeah,
I think.
right.
That's-
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a check
Understand.
raise on 10-7-7 and he folded ace 10, definitely on the snugger side.
How's the weather in the UK, by the way? I haven't heard
Absolutely
anything
stunning, man.
terrible. Stunning.
No, it's been stunning. This summer has actually been particularly hot. We've had record-breaking heat waves. In the last sort of couple weeks, it has been warm, but not as hot. Like it's not crazy hot, like it's unbearable. We've had the sun has been out. It's been really nice weather. The sea has been very calm, but also a nice breeze. So it hasn't gotten sweltering. It's not like I think maybe like 30.
It's not
That's a
like
high.
Austria.
No,
I didn't say that. I said it's my small blind.
not quite Austrian heights. Okay, so a raise to 2.5 from Drago. Giga is going to call in the cutoff.
And a squeeze jam, but a king nine suited for exactly 10 blinds.
Yeah, this is brave, but it might work with these hands in play unless, I don't know. Does Geeka ever just call and then like back call? I don't know. For the 10 big blinds, Drago doesn't look like he's interested in folding yet, but you still have Geeka to act behind here. If you call and Geeka shoves, it's going to be a real sad story.
Yeah, especially with king 10. I feel like he's not expecting to be crushing the king 9 suited here if he finds the call.
Oh,
yeah, that's actually... with the dead money, it feels close. I understand it why he
It
folds,
feels
but-
close. It feels close, but also just don't flat with the king 10 in the first place there. I think
Yeah,
the
yeah,
setup
yeah,
is
that's
really
all.
ugly.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a bit too speculative. You're too far out of position, and it's not even like it's king 10 suited and it's gonna win way more post flop. So getting a fold there from king 10 is massive there. The king 9 suited has really done well to win that pot.
Yeah, it's incredible to get 2 folds there with all the dead money out there. We need to count in the big blind Annie, the small blind,
Yeah.
the raiser, and the call. So you're probably
One,
gonna
two,
get
three,
an
four, five,
incredible.
6 big blinds. So you shove 10 big blinds and you get 16 back. That's absolutely insane. That's a serious ROI.
And you're folding out king 10.
And you get the best hand fold as well. Perfect. Okay,
Oh,
Geeka
man.
back in the mix. Jack 10 suited.
Tricky, yeah. Plays very straightforward. I like the fold.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I would be interested to see the range proper, but definitely no shame in folding the king 10 there.
I think you can mix in some calls from the small. I would do, if I feel really comfortable on the table, I definitely will play a wider range, try to play pots against them. But
So the flop is Tray 7 for Rainbow. Quijano
so
checks it over.
it's so funny when you play high stakes online or something like that. On flops like that, it feels like you get 100% leads in. Yeah,
This is definitely a
always
board
raising.
you lead often, very often. Yeah, these are definitely it's Seb, you'll appreciate this, but often when the board comes low and the potential to flop a straight exists, we do see a lot of leading. And yeah, nice move there from Quijano.
Yeah.
I mean, he had the best hand, but we can see he takes the pot down, potentially getting some king high, ace highs to fold as well, which is nice.
Exactly. He folds out a lot of better hands, and it's just a good one too. If you don't lead, just at least bet turn, and he did that very well and wins another pot. And you said it before, he has been playing quite some hands, so I don't think that's a bad strategy here if you don't overdo it, and especially post flop.
Oh, this year one only. Last year I got two. Both final tables, but still no TV.
King Queen suited is such a beautiful hand. Such a beauty.
Yeah, I love this hand. Under the gun opens to 2.5K.
Somebody is interested. Nah. He really wants to call. Yeah, he finds it. He really wants to see a flop with the 6-7 offsuit. King 6 off, for example. I don't like too much having those hands in a big blind. If you face an under the gun open raise, you're dominated so many times.
Check, check. 8-8 deuce. I think betting is totally fine here. It's also probably interesting to note as well, Seb, that players probably massively under check raise this flop as well. So the player in the big blind, the check raising actually goes pretty crazy here. I think, generally speaking, having just a backdoor flush draw is very often going to be enough of a reason to potentially try and check raise. But I think just betting in live games here is going to do quite well. In a multi-way pot, when there's a call in the small blind, obviously a little bit less so, right? Small blind can have pairs and stuff like that too. But even if they have pocket fives or whatever, we still have 2 overcards and 2 more streets. So this is good.
Pretty sure you're not going to c-bet there. But as you said, in a live game, the c-bet becomes probably really, really good. It's really profitable because people are not check raising enough and floating enough and probably calling way too wide in the small blind as well. So they are all over the place with their range. So I like it. And it's very nice to pick it up there with the king queen. So many awkward turns.
On to the next hand now. Kula folds. This is Keybum Park here. 20K, remember, so relatively short stacked. Does decide to open just to, I believe, 2.5 is what we're doing at the moment. Yeah, there it is.
Beautiful hand.
Love suited aces.
Very easy to overdo it with those ace-deuce suited, ace-3 suited. Especially in early position. Gets it through, I think. Oh, we have the UG is back. I thought we fixed that one yesterday.
Don't remind me.
When we were playing heads up on Monday. one guy's at a small blind or button and big blind, so I'm not gonna have it there.
Yeah, I'll need to put in another petition to get the UG changed.
Next year, buddy. Next year.
Next year, maybe next year. I'll get an email in a few months' time. They'll say, "Hey, Nick, great news." I'll say, "Oh my God, you changed the UG to UTG," and they went, "No, we're getting rid of you, so you don't have to worry about it anymore."
We get rid of the G as well.
You're just under now. You're just under.
Anyway, ace-5 suited. I feel like this hand lost a little bit. Yeah, the meme, a little bit the excitement of the players. It was so hyped a couple of years ago. Now it's just ace-5 suited.
I think you must be right. He limped it on in the under the gun position, in the UG position. He limps ace-5 suited, which I do not like. I'm not a fan of this.
I think he tries to limp jam, buddy.
I mean, potentially, he's trying to bring back the meme, and he allows Mr. Kula to see a flop, which is deuce 6-10. Check on the flop very quickly.
Check. You're really betting now? Okay.
I can't take it.
Wow. Okay.
Not allowed to have anything in here.
Now, the only thing that I think he's got going for him here, Seb, is the limp under the gun is already very suspicious, right? Pretty unconventional, even even in a game where we know there's going to be a big variety of styles and players.
Yeah, he has to bluff river if he... I don't know. I think you can limp some 10-line suited, check 10 suited and stuff like that, but you gotta bluff river. There's no way. You can't shut it down.
Yeah, or just check it down, get to showdown.
Oh,
But
check
yeah,
it out
nice hand.
initially. Yeah, it's okay.
Nice hand, king six.
Easy.
I'll change it.
Big fan of these shades, by the way. We do have a new player here.
They're actually cool. Yeah. So this is a 1K, I think, right?
First hand.
1K USD, pounds, euros. I don't know the exact.
It is approximately, it's $1,300 approximately, so around 1,000 pounds or so.
So a good old PokerStars open main, almost.
Pretty much, and also 80,000 pesos if you're interested. By the way, got to give a shout out here to Ryuk Shirase of Japan. This is the player who just joined us with the cool shades. Joins us on our featured table, and in seat 6, he has $79,816 in live earnings. Biggest cash was $25,000. And it seems, based on his handed mob, that he enjoys playing here in Manila. We do have a fair number of his results coming from right here in the Akata Resort. Back to the action. Ace-Jack suited for Lucas. $2.5. We know Quijano likes to see flops with pretty hands.
Just wanted to say he's never folding check 9 suited. It's just
No,
way too
and
good.
I also want to say, before it starts to sound like I'm picking on him, I love this hand. Jack 9 suited is so pretty. Like it's,
Yeah.
I feel the desire to be in the pot with Jack 9 suited, but again, being at this far out of position, and there's quite a few short stacks out there. See what happens. We're opening the door for these kinds of moves now.
It's gonna be interesting. What are you doing with the ace jack suited? You're out of position. You face a quite an early, so you open raise quite early yourself. Then you face quite an early free bet. You have one guy behind you. I would normally just flat if your opponent is completely okay. Just folding. And the check 9 suited finds a call. That would be terrible for the pocket eights to get calls from those hands.
Yeah, I mean, we are around 30 big blinds effective or so we do see a call, and it is pretty much the not worst start for Quijano. Of course, not only because he doesn't improve, but also the dry ace-high flop is going to do so well for the 3-better, both in bluffs and in continuation bets and just in straight value.
Would you have folded ace-jack suited?
Possibly. What's interesting, though, as well, Seb, is there's sort of the implied idea that we're always going to get called by Quijano. So suddenly, probably you have a really good price. You know, it's going to almost always go
yeah.
call. So that actually is kind of a plus, right? That's a bit of a bonus. You usually know you're going to get a good sized
isn't that a
pot going
bonus
with a
to
pretty
jam?
hand. Potentially, yeah.
I'm not a big,
I don't know.
a big ace-jack
you.
suited holder. Guys, if you play against me, you can always put me an ace-jack. No problem. Yeah, it's obviously a bit scary, and as I said, with the early
Good thing I
positions
hit it.
before, so that's obviously understandable.
Ace, queen.
Can't blame him too much there.
I have a feeling it could have been the ace queen.
Tom, they didn't actually say that, did they?
I'm not sure either. Didn't want to say anything about that.
Tom,
Oh,
they didn't really say that, did they? Because I don't know if they got the memo after yesterday's stream, but this is in fact the prize pool. Okay, another suited ace for the player +1.
He gets ace-jack, now ace-10. Beautiful hands.
Let's play
Sit for raise,
poker.
2,500.
I love Cristiano. Honestly, he sees 6-4 suited, and he thinks, "Oh no, I can't call this right." It's already my favorite play on the table. I can tell you.
Tom says my translation might be a little off, but I think so. Okay. There you go. There you have it, chat. You have to be a champion if you want to jump in the prize pool. Keybum Park defending 8-7 suited makes sense. Ooh, hello. 4 Jack 8 middle pair for Keybum Park.
It's very interesting what you're doing in Lucas's shoes. You don't have any hard backdoors. It's kind of connected. Lots of gut shots are out there. Open enders could be out there. Lots of stuff like that. Obviously, middle pairs, bottom pairs. So I think starting with a small c-bet is not a bad idea.
Yeah, but I think this is cool. Having a 10 is kind of useful as well. Of course, some decent turns where we're going to pick up straight draws and whatever, but also it means your opponent's going to have, Jack 10 a little bit less. They're going to have 10-8 suited a little bit less. This is actually a really nice turn now. That's a double gut shot for Lucas. And look, if your opponent didn't raise this flop as well, Seb, I think he's going to turn up with a 4 or an 8 or a straight draw quite often.
Yeah.
You could probably really pile on the pressure now on the turn if you wanted, but let's see how
It's
he
very
wants to proceed.
interesting as well because the SPR is stacked to pot to ratio is really weird. So he's betting 6. Oh,
8,000.
8,000. He's betting pretty much half of the stack. That might be a really cool sizing because he puts every 8x and 4x in such a weird position. Do I call and have like the weirdest river decision? Do I jam? What should I do? They're kind of forced to fold.
Also, Seb, you're effectively doing the same as a shove, right? He has to commit the rest of his stack more or less, right? But you're also pressing yourself in if he shoves. So there you go. Happy days.
I think so too. I really, really, really like the sizing. It seems perfect against any 8, any 4.
Power poker. On the flip side, I think you could also probably get away with betting very, very small, but I do think the 8K is
I don't know
real
what's
nice.
optimal sizing wise. I think it's quite tricky to find the correct sizing, especially with those hands. Mediocre hands. It's so much easier if you just have a good value hand. If you just have aces, like you want to get max.
6 raise, 2,500.
Are you good with chip tricks? I'm just seeing the new guy.
A little bit. I don't think I'm anything special. I have a couple that I can kind of do with I can do without thinking at all. I kind of just riffle in a couple bits and bobs, but nothing too fancy.
I'm terrible. I can't do anything.
Seb's just good at clicking buttons. Expert at that. Expert button clicker. So if you guys are just joining us, this is day 1C of the Manila APPT main events. Coming to you live from the Akata Resort Casino Hotel, a beautiful venue. We're in the Thunderdome this time, surrounded by the pools in this
you have
giant
to
glass
jump in
atrium
if you
where
win.
you must jump in if you win. Procochetti is asking, how big is the day 1C field and when does it end? I don't want to look it up and spoil. That's a good idea. Do not spoil. However, we will give you that information when we actually have confirmation. This event is still ongoing, and we are still into the late reg of day 1C. So we need to wait and see what the numbers look like when late reg concludes, but based on previous years, I can tell you that the turnout is going to be real good. We're going to see some really big numbers here in Manila. I mean, just looking around the table, Seb, we've seen so many international players love to come here every single year for exactly these kinds of events. I mean,
Yeah,
I think that this would be an exceptionally good trip. Exactly.
I agree. It's quite nice. I think I've seen before that the registration is open on day 2 as well. So before day 2 starts, I think you can jump in, but that might be wrong. So I don't want to guarantee you.
You think you can jump in the pool?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay.
For 1,300 USD.
Okay, on the flop, King 7-5, advantage, Kika. Second pair going nowhere, though. Is that a raise?
It's just betting 5K. He
I
has
see.
13 behind. It's getting already dicey with the ace-7. I would not fold, but
I would probably bet smaller on the flop, to be honest, but we can see he's going to stick around regardless. Ace-7 is a strong hand. Oh, my goodness. 2 pair for Jankowski.
and GG.
Boom, boom, never folding. Ace-7 is the best hand at the moment. KJ needs to improve into a trips with king.
He won before with the king queen, right, against the aces.
He did crack aces. Can he crack 2 pair with Ace-7? Is it a king? It's not, it's a boat.
Full house. Full house.
Jankowski is going to take this one down.
Sit one clear. Floor clear.
Lovely tone. Worth paying. It's like 1,000.
Yeah, I think if you bet smaller the flop, you have a bit more options later.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine you're probably going to lose that hand. You're probably going to, sorry, of course you're going to lose the hand, but I have a feeling that you're probably going to end up doing a stack there most of the time. But as you say, Seb, if you bet smaller, you might entice a slightly wider continue on that board. You know,
I think
you want to keep bottom pair in, right? You don't want to feel like you're pushing bottom pair out. That's a pretty big blunder, I think.
if you bet small, you could bet small turn again.
Yeah.
And check a river or something like that, or fold to a shove on the turn. So there are definitely some ways you could save your life there.
I think in that particular setup, I mean, the 7 is obviously a concern, right? So maybe if you think your opponent has trips, you can get away from the river. But I think probably in most cases, you're going to end up, betting at least flop and turn small most of the time.
Yeah, I agree.
So what happened here? Open was Ryuki to 2.5. Ancleto is going to fold the 9-3 off, understandably.
More like this.
So
good
short stack
hands?
here. No, not going to
Lots
happen.
of short stacks, actually. And one
Yeah.
massive one with 100. That's still crazy. It's still 5.5, almost 5.5 starting stacks.
7.
3 raise, 2,700.
Definitely off to a good start.
Oh, here we go.
I am willing to bet my entire net worth that he is not folding Jack 10 suited.
They said until level 15 only. ITM, whichever comes.
Any chat pros? You want to take that bet?
I think nobody wants to take the bet.
I'm rich. I'm rich. Beyond my wildest dreams.
It's actually interesting what you're doing here with King Queen suited. We are 12, 24, 28 big blinds. Yeah.
Yeah. I would 3-bet this so aggressively.
Yes, I agree.
I would make
but the
it.
question
I would
is,
make
do
it
you
five,
want to
5 big blinds to go.
6, 6.
That's a good point, actually, Seb. Yeah, you're quite right.
8,500.
I think both, obviously, both options
Both
are
work.
fine.
So what was my 3-bet size here? I said I was going to make it what,
8, I
5 big
think.
blinds. That's stupid. What am I talking about? Yeah, no, definitely 8.5 is good. I like this. I think this size is perfecto.
Jam, baby. Yeah, you're not going to do anything
Kablani.
else with Ace King.
Always has something.
Yeah, I feel for Quijano here as well. I don't think calling the small blind here with Jack 10 suited is crazy. It's a nice hand, definitely
No.
playable. I think I would prefer to 3-bet Jack 10 suited actually,
Yes.
than call. But there we are. He does lose the minimum if he's going to play the pot.
100.
It, and now I would say theoretically, Seb, there's a chance we're supposed to call still.
Yeah, I think computer would free bet call this or just jam yourself.
Yeah.
If you don't want a free bet call, I think you should jam. I don't know.
Please
Free bet
don't
fold.
call
Yeah,
me.
yeah, yeah.
Sorry.
You're right, you're
Please.
right.
He was right.
I
So
just said you always have it.
I know I have it, but you know the player is new at
You're
the
right.
table. He didn't see any of my hands.
haha, big stack. Keeps getting bigger and bigger. Yeah, the king queen suited this.
I had
Fine.
it even this time.
It
Yeah,
did,
for sure.
Yeah, of course.
He did the right
I
play
don't
against
need any
the
more
ace king,
chips to
let's say
raise
it
at
like
this
that.
level. I mean, I need. I'm not risking
Always good to
them.
have more chips.
I'm not risking them for sure.
I'm not risking them. Even if he doubles up the whole table, I think he still might be alive.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a lot of really nice setups so far. He's played perfectly well. Not to take anything away from Rakesh Lalwani, I think he's played perfectly good poker. He has had a lot of really nice spots though. And Seb, you know that feeling where you're getting like a lot of these 3-bet folds. You know, you're jamming it in. You're like just picking up pots without any real resistance. It feels so good. We can see he's on an absolute tear, as you said. So many starting stacks this early in the game.
Yeah, it's a really big stack, and if you feel comfortable, if you play well, you can already keep on building him and run really deep in that event. 5.5 starting stacks. It's a really
teach
cool,
my
good
kids,
stuff.
you know,
I would love
you
to
get
have that in Barcelona.
20
I'm not gonna
this
lie.
year, get 22 next year.
If you get 20.
My kids in the exams,
Oh,
they
okay.
get even 20 out of 50. Next year, get 22. I
Get a
don't
little
care if
bit more.
people have 50 out of 50. So the same principle I apply to myself. I want to
Always
climb
a
one
little bit
step.
better than last
I
one.
want to climb one step higher, but I don't want to go down. I might go down. That's okay, but you keep a target in life, so climb up.
Poker a bit difficult. Ups and downs.
Wise words from
Life and
Lalwani.
poker is the same.
Amen, brother.
Hit 5 raise, 2,500. 6, 6, 7.
Quijano is going to raise this time, ace-5 suited.
Hit 8, call. Heads up.
Ace, king, jack, both players connecting with top pair. This will be a chop very often, though, as we can see, despite ace-5 being the better kicker.
Yeah, it's going to be very tough.
3,000.
I don't know. There could be some runouts where Leonardo is forced to fold, but I think it's gonna be unlikely. Lots of action killers. They try to get to the showdown somehow. Yeah, something like that. The king of spades. Nobody wants to bet. Everybody wants to see a showdown.
Sit 8 check. Sit 5 check. Sit 8 check. Sit 5 check.
Ace.
Show cards, please.
Ace.
Kicker.
Kicker
plays.
chops.
Chops, yeah.
Chop chop.
Only ace queen.
King check. 500. 100 please. King.
Where's my blinds?
Button mo.
Starting was 30,000. Starting stack was 30,000, guys. It has a very, I don't know if you're familiar with the PokerStars Open main events.
don't get
It
to see
looks
many
like they
chop
have a
cards.
very similar structure.
Very tough.
30k starting and 100 blinds with 100 big blind any or something like that. I think they're not playing down to the money though, but I'm not sure.
Sit 4 fold. Sit 5 fold. Sit 6 fold. Sit 7 fold.
Wendell's going to play.
Sit 8 fold.
Decides to limp the button again. Queen Jack offsuit.
Heads up.
And Kula just gets to see a flop for cheap.
9 check.
Pretty nice hand. The a6 suited in limp pots.
Sit 7 bet.
Plays so much better than
1200.
if you face a raise. So that's quite nice.
And now Kula does have sort of showdown with an ace high to a certain degree. He has the backdoor hearts as well.
Sit 9 raise. 4000.
He's going to play it as a raise. Wow, okay. Unexpected. This is
I would be
Wendell, who
already
previously
concerned.
folded ace 10 on that
Yeah, I would be.
10-7-7 is not going to fold here.
Snap call.
Yeah, and now I think we're probably going to slow it down a smidge. There was some good turns to potentially continue piling on the pressure. But let's see. Kula might have another read.
I'm pretty sure he could get a check to fold. I think he could get top pair to fold if he
Sit 9 bet. 4000.
triples here. So 4
7 fold.
call. We have 20 in the middle. Does he really jam that one now? It's a bit weird. The slight overbet. Oh yeah, I think the run out is not too bad. It's believable that he has some weird, some weird hands. Why not? But you don't have any kind of straights. You could have 6-4 spades. I don't know.
I mean,
I
I
think
guess
it doesn't matter what you rep here. I think it really does not matter.
the thing is that once he limps the button, you kind of know he never has Jack 7. You know he never has 7 deuce. You know he probably never has Jack deuce. But
Here
you
we
know
go.
the spades have missed.
There might be a sizing he's not getting a jack to fold. Yeah. I think
12,000
jam
is the
would've-
river.
Yeah. I think he could even value bet check 10, check 9, check 8, right? With
Yeah.
half pot. So I think jam would have worked. Obviously, we never know. If this works, it's pretty genius.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
Sit 7 fold.
Yeah.
Gets called.
Oh.
Jack is good.
Made you
Bit
sweat.
of a misstep
Yeah.
for Kula.
Could be a straight.
Made him sweat.
Button mo.
He you had a plan in mind, Seb. I'm kind of with you, though. I think at that point, we really need to get folds. I don't know if the 12,000 is the size you would use, but again, I would say probably check raise flop is also somewhat unconventional in the first place.
Yeah, probably you have too much showdown. I don't mind this one at all. I think he bet too small on the turn, so he realized it and had a really awkward SPR, stack to pot ratio on the river, and I feel like sometimes then sizing mistakes happen more often, but it's really tough to say. I really don't mind the bluff, but on the river we mainly target the jack, and normally people never fold the jack if you're not going to put, or top pair if you're not going to put it all in, and yeah, people are very afraid of going all in as a bluff.
I think it's safe to say that he had a specific read there, because I think he was definitely going a little bit off piste with the check raise flop. But
yeah,
I think you're right, Seb. If we size up turn as well, we could potentially get some flushes to fold directly on the turn as well, some flush draws, which would be beneficial for our hand as well. But then we leave ourselves SPR to just shove, SPR less than 1 just to shove, and I think that's also of benefit. But anyway, let's carry on. 3-betting Drago is going to take this one down. We can see Quijano getting a little bit frustrated. This is a guy that likes to limp and see flops. He likes to call with a wide range and see what he can hit.
I have to say, very smart free bet. Free betting quite
very,
large
very
against a guy who is open raising ton of hands. I like it a lot. It's a very cool kind of exploit here. You need to understand the game well to pull that one off. And as you have seen, he's frustrated. He wants to see flops, and he's calling a lot of free bets. If you're not going to size it up with the ace deuce, you never want to see a call there from check 10 suited against with your ace deuce. So well done. And he left the game. I think
he's having a little break.
Out.
He left to go jump in the pool. Yeah, look, and I think this is also a really good live example of, you know, why we need to be careful with how we enter pots pre-flop. It's all fine and good to call often and to limp often and to enter pots, you know, very frequently, assuming your opponents aren't going to exploit that. But once you get to a certain level and you're playing against a certain caliber of player, they're just going to punish you all day long, and we're seeing it live in action, right? Lots of the calls have been forced to fold pre-flop. Lots of the calls or opens have been forced to fold to 3-bets. So this is why the pre-flop can be very important, and knowing your pre-flop can
nobody
really
else has it.
the difference between winning and losing in Texas Hold'em.
When you have it, someone has good but slightly worse. So much better.
8 is easy defend.
I prefer it goes that way. I don't mind folding a few hands, and I don't mind folding my big blind.
To be honest, the big stack plays very straightforward. There are lots of people who get a little carried away when they're winning all the chips early on. You still can't just play any 2 cards, so I like that a lot. He plays straightforward, he picks his spots.
Almost 500 players played today. A lot, yeah.
You got to pick those spots.
Very good turnout. Way more than the minimum.
They cross 30% more than they are guaranteed.
Yeah, way more.
Yeah. 33% more than they guaranteed. It's amazing.
Way more than last year, they were saying.
So after that misstep, Seb, with the suited ace, we have 12 big blinds, sorry, 10 big blinds, excuse me, for Kula.
Yeah. And there's still the turbo.
Those fold around 10 big blinds here for Queen 6 as well. Lalwani. Just a chill guy with 9 tray.
I'm never, if anyone gives me a walk, I'm never looking at my cards.
I think you've had your share of good luck already.
It's okay.
It doesn't bother me. Doesn't bother me in the slightest.
It bothers me a lot.
And that's fine. That's fine. You know, as Sun Tzu said, you need to know yourself in order to succeed in battle.
You should only be able to hold your chips later. That's important. Then you start squeezing people and you lose out a lot.
He likes to talk. I like that.
Yeah, he seems like a chill guy. Lalwani, if you're watching this, be my friend.
Come to Barcelona, play with us.
Come to Barcelona.
The blinds are 1200 big blind, 1200 big blind ante, and 600 small blind.
50 worries, 2500.
Look at this from Drago. Confident open, A7 offsuit from +2. I think he's
Yeah,
showing
big
a
blind
lot
is-
of positional awareness here.
Yeah, big blind is sitting out. So we have a
Right.
dead big blind and big blind ante. Well spotted. But I feel like people are getting very, very aggressive in those kind of spots. Because everybody thinks the other guy is going wider now because the big blind sits out. I wouldn't be
Five
surprised
suited
if
3-bet
Lucas-
bluff.
Yeah, free bets here. Pretty cool combo with the dynamic. we have.
10,000.
Oh, boring.
A little bit boring, but understandable. So it is A7, A6 going to the flop. Additional dead money in the pot. And what a start for Lalwani again. The nut flush draw. I think Drago's going to feel compelled to just c-bet here, but we can see Lalwani is going nowhere, and he's
That's
probably
an
going to be...
indication, or you're testing the waters.
Both.
Tough thing.
I'm going to say it now, Lalwani. One of my favorites right now to win the event.
Yeah, I agree. The most interesting thing would be if both players miss. Because somebody is meant to bluff at one point.
8 then.
Okay. Keep on going. Quite a big bet. 8K into 12. No, 4.5. Misread it. It's not a big bet.
Yeah, and
What do
Rakesh
you
here...
try to fold out?
Yeah, I don't know if I have a second barrel here from Drago, to be honest, but I suppose you're trying to get hearts to fold, but if they have hearts, they probably have backup. They might have an overcard or a gut shot or something that won't want to fold. I think a jack doesn't like to fold either, so that becomes kind of a difficult... There you go. You got what you wanted, Seb.
I like that runner a lot.
Ace check.
Are you turning A6 into a bluff now? It's so tricky. You must have the feeling that you're not good here. Yeah.
12,000.
Oh, you're right, Seb. Anytime we have these pots where like somebody's sitting out or there was a misclick or something like that, it always ends up going funny.
It feels like people are leveling themselves way too hard in those spots. But yeah, so Drago, he could put him on missed flush draws, queen 10, 10, 9 or something like that. But calling with ace7. I don't know if he wants to go over the top. That would be even crazier. Yeah, he lets it go. Nice hand. Lalwani picks up another nice one. He's close to 200k now. He's chipping up and chipping up.
Yeah, great start here in Manila in our 1K main events. We'll take a look at the actual graphics in just a moment, but he is going to have chunks.
Chunks indeed. And a lot of short stacks, so hopefully we see some all-in action soon. Sooner or later.
We played.
Come on, guys. Show us something.
I think we played less than 10 hands.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. We're going to play less hands always as a feature team.
That's
Goes
good for
very
you.
slow.
That's good for you.
It's not because of the players. It's just because of the system, how you play it. I'm not trying to.
7.
Yeah, they're talking
the next
about
hand?
playing less hands on a feature table. That's something a bit unfortunate, but I don't think you can do anything against it. The Feature table just takes more time.
I don't know if it's that different. We've had a fair number of big encounters, right? We've had some big hands that have dragged a bit, but I don't think that was anything to do with the feature table.
If I don't have anything, I'm gonna have to think about it.
Coming back and looking down to 8-3 in the small blind.
All right, big blind special
That
for
will be the
Shirase.
I
won't
play
be safe.
exactly the same.
He has a hand that will probably want to play.
No difference.
I mean, that is RFID.
It's just the
6-6
Huge disadvantage.
yeah. I mean,
Does
might
decide to
play
call
probably
flops best.
In an hour, you might play 15, 17 hands. Here you might play 12, 14 hands.
8 bet.
3, 4 hands less.
No, we take more than 4 minutes
6-6
Yeah.
per hand.
Just playing a call here, understandable.
That's
Ooh,
still
ace
not
of hearts
that good,
now.
that
Definitely a
other
scare
people
card
should
for
play.
Ryuki.
The table is still faster.
And look at sevens going
that's-
again.
Table is
That's
still
getting
faster.
interesting. Is he basically turning this one into bluff? Is he really getting
Yeah,
value from 6x and 5x?
call.
I think that's exactly what's happening, Seb. I think we'll know what is in his mind when we see the river action, right? Trip 10s for Shirase. I was going to say, if it wasn't a 10 and we saw him bet again, almost certainly he's turning sevens into a bluff and trying to represent that ace. But Shirase has a little pause here. Looks like he is going to lead.
6-6 bet. 3,500.
3,500? Oh, wow. Real small.
That's the weirdest line I've ever seen, and probably the best line you could do exactly against sevens. It's incredible.
It feels like a 5 or a 6, right? So bad.
I've never seen like something like that. He got absolutely the maximum out of the sevens. It's incredible. He blocks small and gets another call. 3 streets from sevens. Oh my god.
And after that exchange, here's a look at the chip stacks. It was Ryuki Shirase, now up to 39,800 chips. Kula and Park, both around that 10 big blind mark. They need to do some work to get back into the game, but still plenty of poker here in Manila to be played.
Oh my god, I'm still speechless. I've never seen how you can extract so much value.
It was a very nice spot there for the 10-8s.
I was
And,
like, how do you block them? That's amazing. I love it.
And also, shout out to Lelwani now. Over 180,000 chips this early in the day. Aces for Jankowski.
4 raise. 2,500.
Pretty nice hand.
5-4. 6-6.
At least he gets a defend from the big blind.
6-7.
Yeah, and this is definitely a hand that we can do some damage to if we get the right sort of flop texture. So off we go to the flop. Ooh, yeah, okay, cool. Gut shot for Wendell.
Oh, you could
Ace
do
is still the
some.
best hand.
What would you do with aces here?
I would bet 75% pot.
4 bet. 4,000.
Yep, that's good enough.
Spot on, Nick. Spot on. I thought there were 500s.
Even a broken clock is right twice a day, Seb.
Should we play down to at least 75 to be played?
It's quite annoying. You could go crazy here, obviously.
So I think Wendell is technically supposed to call or check raise, but I think that it really depends on your opponent, right? A lot of people are unbalanced with their sizes here, Seb. You know, if not everybody is going to see this wet board and always bet all of their range as, 70% or whatever it is. They're not going to use this big sizing unless they actually have something to back it up a lot of the time. And that's where the balance becomes super important. If you're playing against a really tough opponent, who will still be in here betting like the same size with Jack 10 or whatever, suddenly this becomes a lot closer to a hand we need to continue with and then reassess on later streets. The benefit is if you do call, if they do have a balanced range and they do have parts of their range that really don't like this board, they will check turns often, and you will probably end up being able to bluff even if you don't improve. But there we are. I don't blame him for folding. I think there's also no shame in that. The issue that you encounter, Seb, and I know you'll appreciate this, is you might look that up and you might say, oh, computer says call, so I have to call. Computer says call because it knows exactly what to do on the turn and it knows exactly what to do on the river. And if you fail to succeed in both those streets, then the call actually is probably very bad, right? If you're going to call that flop because you think you need to call, but you're not going to play the turn and river well, then you're probably bleeding faster than you're benefiting from the call itself.
There are so many interesting aspects to this hand, as you said before. Balancing your range on that flop, it's not easy. It's really,
very hard.
Find some weird kind of bets with hands you're not comfortable with. So obviously it's easy with all your overpairs, some 9x and whatever. But yeah, it's really cool. I can't blame him for folding either. I think it's quite okay. Obviously I have a gutter, a queen, back to hearts, but it's all good.
Yeah, and I think it's also, as you say, that queen also is potentially a way out, right? A turn queen is usually going to be the best hand a lot. So we're not just thinking about the gut shot. We're also thinking about, the queen once in a while being helpful. Could also get us in trouble too, but there we are. Welcome to the game of Texas Hold'em.
Beautiful, beautiful game.
The best game in the world. I mean, after PLO, of course.
You like PLO more than Hold'em?
No, I don't know. I'm not. I'm just saying that to be funny, but I do think PLO is a great game.
I didn't see.
Yeah, I love PLO. I think it's really cool. I like mixed games as well. I understand why they are not as big as Hold'em or as actually PLO is getting nowadays. But yeah, PLO is getting so tricky and funny. And same with Hold'em.
It's a break.
Yeah. But if you ever find yourself in a really sick, deep stacked PLO game, oh my goodness, it's a beautiful game to play for cash.
Do we want to get out of line on the last hand before break? No, we don't.
Also, Seb, don't use the B word, chat, because we know that through the power of editing and the production team, there will be no breaks technically. So don't go anywhere, guys. We are going straight into the next level without any breaks here on our broadcast. Well spotted there, Seb. We do have a flip alert, A7 versus pocket fives.
You feel like it's a flip, but it's not even close.
At risk. 40% equity. Flop is queen, queen 10. All right, so an opportunity for a counterfeit does benefit Kula. The ace and the 7 are still live as well. Oh, there it is. Ace on the turn. Jankowski definitely not going to be super mad about this one. It was a relative short stack. Aces and queens with a 10 will win. That's a double for Kula just before the fake break.
Perfect.
I would have just went before the cards came up. I didn't want to see if I win or lose the flip.
All right, so here's a look at our next feature table, Seb. We got Mark Vandenberg up there with 177,000, actually similarly stacked to our previous chip leader just now a moment ago. It is Lamb at the bottom with 11,500. Definitely a couple names to investigate in just a moment as we head down to our new feature table. Absolutely no breaks, guys. Wall-to-wall poker here in Manila. And with that, we'd like to bring back Mr. James Hardigan to the mix. How you doing, James?
I'm good, Nick. Thank you very much. Yes, we are into the second session of play. Late registration has now closed. 523 total entries in day 1C. So combining that with the field from the other 2 day ones, it looks like we have more than 1,000 total entries. The guarantee of $1 million has been exceeded. Obviously, we will have the final tally, the final prize pool once day 1D, which I believe is the turbo flight, has concluded. And of course, tomorrow we'll have everything confirmed for our day 2 coverage. And of course, tomorrow, Seb, being day 2, world famous bubble coverage, top 15% getting paid.
So that was my question. Are we playing down to the money today, or do we have a bubble tomorrow?
The bubble will be tomorrow. So if it had been a smaller field, they would play to the top 15% on day 1. So everyone would come back on day 2 in the money. But each flight, it seems, has been pretty well populated. So as such, it looks like we are going to be coming back with just slightly over the number of players who will be guaranteed a share of the prize pool. I think the bubble's going to be pretty early doors. We have a flip.
And right away, we have a flip.
Yeah, we ended the last feature table with a race. We're going to begin the new one with a flip as well. Hardly got to know these guys, but it is Matthias Schell at risk with ace queen against Kohai Kishimoto's 9s. And all hearts on the flop. Queen of hearts in Schell's hand. A little bit of drama, dealer. Don't deal the turn that quickly. 9 outs for Schell. Misses
Doesn't
on
get
the
there.
river. And Matthias Schell, we hardly knew thee. The Swiss player is KO'd. And Kohai Kishimoto from Japan is going to win that pot. There is one name at this table, one face who we will recognize from yesterday's coverage. Chase Kokialong, who bubbled yesterday's super high roller, is back in action in the main event.
I wasn't sure about that. I thought before I saw the face and I read the name. Hopefully he's a bit luckier today. Oh yeah,
I don't
there
think
we
he's
go.
wearing he's not wearing his blingy watch today. He's gone for something a little bit more subdued. So it's good to see a good international mix at these Asia Pacific Poker Tour events. Granted, the majority of players are going to be coming from neighboring countries. If not from the Philippines, then from places like South Korea, Singapore, Japan, Thailand. But, you know, at this table, we've got a Canadian, we've got an American, an Indian. We did have a Swiss player until a couple of hands ago.
It's actually crazy how many countries are playing in Manila. It's really, really cool to see.
I mean,
I like
obviously, people who play live poker, Seb, they do combine their love of the game and their desire to make money with wanting to see new places, right? And the advantage of there being poker tours which cover pretty much every continent means if you want to, you can combine a poker trip with a vacation and see somewhere new in the world. If you're interested in traveling, going to these spots, going to these different tours is great.
Yeah. Oh, we see a fold from ace-5 suited. I agree. I definitely have to travel more for poker. It's so easy. You can pretty much play everywhere.
Yeah.
So they're lovely, lovely spots to play in. Ace-5 suited folded under the gun, bit on the tighter side from a short stack. And we do have an all-in and a call. You can't fold anymore. Oh, no. It was the small blind with the queens.
Yeah, it was Sarath Samarasekara who opened with Jack-9, raising to 3,000, but it's a pretty small all-in, and you're not wrong. Jack-9 is priced in, and Sarath is going to have to make the call here. And this is a great spot for Wei Ming Lam, who is a huge favorite to double up here. More than a double up.
Yeah, with all the dead money, the big blind Annie, you'll get a lot of chips back if you hold.
Oh, a little bit of hope. Jack 4-4 on the flop. The paired board means a 9 wouldn't be any good, but there are 2 jacks, which could save Sarath from elimination.
That would be
One
brutal.
last chance to hit. It would be. Worse things have happened at sea. River card, not a jack. And Sarath is eliminated. Oh, no, apologies. Sarath not eliminated. Doubles up.
Yeah, very nice double up.
Lamb.
You can easily spin back from 8K, 10K, whatever it is. Blinds went up to 1500 is not a big blind. So it can go quickly and you're back in the game. And as you said, James, you want to be in there. You want to be in the day two. Such a big main event.
Sure. Buy-in for this event, the equivalent of 1,300 US dollars. We established that the guarantee on the prize pool, 1 million US dollars, but the prize pool will exceed that amount. Confirm numbers tomorrow, I would imagine, after the conclusion of all the day one flights. We will play into the money tomorrow. I think the ambition tomorrow is to actually get down to the final table of 9. So it might be a longer day tomorrow.
Tomorrow will be a grind. I think we all know. We all know that. Playing from not being even in the money to a final table, that should go forever.
There is an asterisk against that, Seb, which is it's at the tournament director's discretion. And I imagine there is probably a maximum number of levels, a maximum number of hours they would want to play. I think with a 60-minute clock, it's not a disaster to come back for the final day with 2 tables. You want it to be the final table. You want the focus and the spotlight just to be on the last 9. But the reality is cutting through that field on day 2 might be very, very difficult. And there's no point in making everyone feel knackered at the end of a 12-hour day 2 when you can just space out the play across 3 days.
Yeah, I agree. I think that would be quite insane to try to play to a final table tomorrow, especially with 60-minute levels.
Yeah.
You have to consider breaks, everything around. The bubble might take even longer. So
of course,
I mean, that would be. I think we will.
Looking in the PokerStars live app, looking at the structure of this tournament, and by the way, guys, if you go to the app, you're going to see spoilers because in real time, this flight has concluded. But the structure for tomorrow has a maximum of 10 levels to be played. Now, that is still a long day with breaks, but I don't think the tournament staff necessarily want these guys to play more than 10-hour-long levels tomorrow. If they hit 9, play would finish earlier than that.
Ooh.
Look at this. We have seen the early position open from G1 Ha with Ace Jack, the 3-bet from Chase Koki along with Kings, and Kohai Kishimoto has the other 2 Kings.
That is crazy. So they are both really, really deep. Kohai has 93,000 chips, so he needs to find a 4-bet. He makes it 20, I guess. I don't know. 27,000. That's a big, big 4-bet. And I think Chase is not doing anything else than just jamming and praying not to run into aces.
27.
Okay, we see a flop. Ace high flop would be fun.
It would be.
But it's not.
The irony is it's Jack high flop, which could have got Ace Jack into trouble, but Ace Jack's out of there. So it'll be interesting to see whether one of these players is able to push the other one off the same hand. On this board, I doubt it.
Yeah, I agree. I think if we see another Jack, there's a possibility. If we see an Ace, there's a possibility. Obviously, runner, diamonds, but I guess we will see an all-in on the turn. Yeah. Not a big bet. I would be very concerned if I have queens here. Yeah, here we go.
All in.
Run it.
And a call. Oh. Who's free rolling here? Jace with the diamonds.
I thought you have aces. 6, 7 on the left side.
Warm up 420 says waiting for the flush. It's going to need to come diamond, diamond. That's not a diamond. Chop it up. I'm going to save you the indignity of being embarrassed on the internet by failing to sync the Chop Pot song. Seb,
I already
deserve
prepared
better.
myself before I saw
you
the
deserve
flop.
better. So
I
we
was
talked
like,
a lot
oh,
about Chase
here we
yesterday when he was at the final table of the Super High Roller, and as well as being a businessman in the Philippines, he is also a bit of a YouTube star, building a poker community, promoting the game of poker in the Philippines.
Yeah, it's a
Right.
really cool story. It's very nice to have such people in the game. King 8 suited, definitely a hand you could open raise. Especially as a big stack. It plays very well. Queen 7, Queen 5, fold for fold, and I think we'll see a walk. Or do we want to get dicey? Any
Got a double down.
raises?
Lol.
Let's go. I love it.
I mean, those are the options, right? It's either fold or raise. Now, in hindsight, it probably should have been a fold. But against an unknown hand, don't blame Kishimoto for putting pressure on the short stack in the big blind, but folds the 8-3 and a good pickup there for Sarath, who remains on the low side with 26,500. A reminder, the blinds right now are 1,1500 with a 1,500 big blind ante. 40-minute levels on day one. From tomorrow, we go to 60-minute levels. And as far as this flight is concerned, it's a great structure. And as we discussed earlier on, Seb, very similar to the structure we have in PokerStars Open main events in Europe. But registration has closed in this particular flight, in Flight 1C, which attracted 523 total entries. There is still a turbo flight to be played, Day 1D. So we still don't know the final field size. So that's why the field ticker isn't on the screen. And that's why we're not going to confirm prize money and payouts until we get to the start of Day 2. So make sure you're watching tomorrow. It's the weekend. What else are you going to do?
I think you have to keep telling lots of people the same answer, what the payouts are, what the prize money is. I think we're gonna get that question quite a lot today.
Yeah, and every now and then I'm happy to verbally reference it, but also don't forget that we have our awesome moderators in the live chat on
That's
Twitch
true.
and YouTube. There are command prompts as well, which will basically give you that key information. Well, Ace-9 versus Ace-9. So basically every hand they're going to have the same cards.
And they're gonna chop it up again, I guess, unless some weird things happening. A 3 or 4 would be interesting. Obviously, clubs are still alive. Okay, here we go.
No club.
The thing is, nobody wants to bluff here, so actually saying the 3 or 4 will be interesting is not true,
Yeah.
because I think they're just happy to check it down, chop it up again, and oh, how big do we go? That's not enough, I guess.
Chop again.
Another chop. Chase just loves chopping pots because no one loves it more than Chase Kokialong. He didn't enjoy bubbling the super high roller yesterday. We'll be hoping to bag a stack at the end of day one of the main event and make it into the money tomorrow. This being a 3-day tournament concluding on Monday. We're going to follow it every single day. 4 days of live coverage from APPT Manila. A warm-up for our next big live stream, our next big production from the European Poker Tour. Barcelona is the destination. Less than 10 days till the festival starts. The live streaming starts at the end of the month, Sunday 23rd of August, streaming the 100k Super High Roller final table, followed by 6 days of the main event, up to and including the FT.
Dude, if you have no cuts, we have to redo
It's gonna be an incredible event. It's gonna be huge. It's gonna be fun, expensive as well. We all know that.
Chipman 2K says, hello from Michigan, USA. Hello, Chipman. Chase back in action, ace-6 suited. So who else is going to have ace-6? No one. Instead, it's Mark Vanderberg from the USA who is going to defend his big blind with King Trey.
Another 2 big stacks. Lots of chips on the table here.
Pair of sixes for Chase. Had the best hand with ace high. Now improves to second pair. No diamonds for either player. And got to figure this continuation bet is going to get a fold from Vanderberg, who has very little equity. Mark, a player with just $21,500 in live earnings.
Who's commentating on this?
I don't know, but there's some guys that usually commentate for APPT. You'll see it in the, well, they'll post it. The stream is 6 hours delayed.
6 hours.
Because you talk, they can hear you on the stream. Yeah, but yeah.
It's 6 hours delay.
So they can
want to hear our conversation.
Yeah, so they can hear us talking, whatever. It's 6 hours delay though. So you won't see yourself 6 hours from now.
Yeah, reminder for the reason why we have the long delay is because of the time difference. We obviously like to broadcast in the afternoon in Europe, kind of morning in North America. So we decided to delay the start of the broadcast till 5 o'clock Central European summertime. But we're watching it as live. We don't know what happens. We're seeing this for the first time. It is being played today. It's not like a replay from a previous day. But there might be information out there on the internet. I already mentioned the PokerStars live app. I don't think there are any updates on Poker News, but just in case, don't go searching. And if curiosity does get the better of you, I don't want to hear about it in the chat. That's a permaban. Spoilers means death.
Yes, totally agree. And here we could have seen a shove from the deuces against cutoff. It's very, very tricky to play deuces out of position unless you flop a set. So I prefer to see a shove. He plays the call, and now value bet against ace-8. I don't know. He gets a fold, I guess. Seraph obviously beats some draws, but it's very, very awkward to call there with ace-8.
Yeah.
Quite a big bet. Takes it down.
Undersea Monkey observing that we must need a really long cable to delay the stream that much. It's a long way from the Philippines. A lot of land, a lot of sea that cable has to travel.
That's probably the best comment I've seen today. Oh, man.
Chase Kokialong has the Spraggy. Ace-7 offsuit. That's what you do with the Spraggy. You fold it.
Played it perfectly. Perfect. Anyway.
Zelsus watching on YouTube says, hello, Mr. Hartigan. Hello, Zelsus. Sorry, Seb, carry on.
Anyway, we see another walk, I think. I think he walked him with queen-6, something like that. It's okay. We're not going to blame them too much. Big stacks are on the table. And as we've said before, you have a lot of time with those levels. You don't need to rush yourself.
Yeah. So if memory serves me correctly, this session is 2 levels back to back, so 2 40-minute levels. So just an hour and 20 minutes, and then there is the final break of the day when the feature table will be changed once again. So we won't get to see these guys for too long. Sarath raising Queen Jack. Weiming Lamb, Jack 9 of diamonds in the small blind. It's a pretty hand.
It's a very pretty hand and interesting spot. You're kind of shallow. I think you still can get away with calling here in the small blind. Decides to let it go. Understandable. Another Sarath is a pretty short stack too, so you gotta be aware that he's probably not open racing too wide. So again, sixes, I would just jam.
Yeah.
Just get it in. Out of position calling is just not going to work very well for you. So get it in. You're still going to flip against good ace X, good king X. So that's nice. And sometimes you got to hit.
Oh.
Yeah, he moves in.
Yeah. And he is kind of like, I don't want to call it off with Queen Jack. And
yeah. But I like it. Raise fold with the Queen Jack, those hands. You're not hate your life if you have to fold. So that's quite good.
It's okay.
Hello, Celsius. Hello from myself too. Hopefully you're doing well.
yes, I noticed that a few seconds later, Celsus did indeed post, hello, Mr. Huber. He was saying hello to both of us.
Very nice guy. I like him.
One of the good ones.
One of the good ones indeed.
Kohai Kishimoto, Queen 9 of clubs, opens. Ace King for Sarath.
It's going to be very straightforward.
Yeah, I mean, seems pretty obvious what he has to do. I was going to say he's got 44K in live earnings, not a professional poker player, works in the AI industry.
That's probably working well for him.
Until he's replaced by a computer.
Yeah. Any good hands? No good hands. The Queen 9. Oof. Yeah, it's not fun. I think you have to fold because you have been open raising under the gun. I think it's a very good fold here. If it's later positions, you can argue calling, but 10 blinds is it's still a lot with the Queen 9 suited. You always need to hope that you're somehow live against Ace 10, Ace Jack, or Pocket 8s. So the fold is good here.
You know, I like the view here. You like the view here? Yeah, sitting here and playing. It's great. Yeah, take away the cameras. It's really wonderful.
Take away the cameras. No, please not. Sarath plays, it feels like he plays every hand.
Yeah. Considering how short his stack is, he's playing more hands than I expected him to.
Yes.
I don't like this. I don't like this call.
I agree, James. And Chase has Ace King. So if Sarath has a bigger stack, this is getting totally fine. You could even find some free bets with 6-5 suited. But against the shorty, lots of players to act behind. You see some free bets. They're just trying to commit against the short stack. So I totally agree with you. Just gotta let it go.
I'm interested what Sarath does here because, you know, Chase could be squeezing with a lot of hands here, and I guess he's going to make a stand with his pair of sevens. Mark, you wasted 3,000 chips. I don't know what to tell you.
He has enough,
but this
I guess.
is a snap fold. And understandably, Chase is going to call, putting Sarath at risk, and we are off to the races. Once again, it's a coin flip that Sarath is going to need to win to survive.
Any sevens about? Oh, spades alive though.
They are indeed. There is an adage that it's always coming seven. In this situation, as Seb highlighted, a spade would work as well.
Never easy.
14 outs now, if you include the chop outs. But the board pairs on the river, and Sarath is going to be eliminated. As chips slide across to chase Koki along.
He might still have time to reach the evening flight.
This will go 100 million price pool. Probably. Because they're still quite teachable. Maybe not 100, maybe like 92.
Ace Queen. Pretty lovely hand. Definitely going to see an open raise here.
6-5, raise, 3,500. 6-6, fold. 6-7, fold. 6-8, fold.
Round two,
Okay,
the big blind.
Made it a little bit bigger. I think you still want to defend the check 7 offsuit, but can't blame him too much for folding.
Again, pretty quick pace of play, as we see that it is Dhirendra Kumar who is now the short stack at the table with just 12k, fewer than 10 big blinds. Chase Kokialong is the table chip leader right now with 183,700. Still about 15 minutes to go until the blinds increase.
No business, just leisure, man. A good flight from here, and shopping's good, food's good.
Altair Ace, you are not going crazy. You do hear Seb Huber.
Good lifestyle.
Yes. Hi, buddy. What's up?
Yeah, I like Japan too.
And
Where are you from in Japan?
Sir Wolf, or Senior Wolf, asking how many registered. We know that Flight 1C attracted 523 entries. We do not know the total field size. There is still a turbo flight 1D to be played. We'll have confirmed numbers tomorrow. There you go. It's an incentive to return on Sunday. You want the answer to your question? Got to watch tomorrow. Yeah, we've had the shove from Wei Ming Lam.
Super comfortable.
Maybe, yeah, I think so.
We've now got Kumar all into call with Ace Queen. He's not going to find many better spots than this, is he?
It's just a slam dunk call. Even though you have an open raise and a jam, you still jams worse ace X. You have some king queen, king jack, king 10 suited in there. Obviously, you have a lot of pairs. So much dead money is in there.
For free, so,
I would put it in. I think he's really considering it, though.
No, they just think I gamble a lot. Profile.
He's really considering it. The very interesting spot is for king jack suited.
Yeah.
You still have a side pot. If you win the side pot, you probably break even on the hand, and you're doing fine against Lamb's range. And then you just have to consider what Kumar's range looks like. I don't think Kumar looks like he wants to flick in. Yeah, he even folds ace queen.
Wow.
Oh, MBS not have. I didn't know that.
But I haven't seen it.
I guess you've got quite a lot of players to act behind, but even so, as I said, not sure how many better spots you're going to find before you are literally throwing it out.
I like you, man. I like you.
Yeah, and even the king jack, you can see it. You have to call 16-5 into a pot of 27-5. You're doing fine with that hand. I would call it all day long, and against the nines, it's obviously a great spot.
20,000.
20,000 exactly. 200,000.
Alam ko.
It's good to think about those spots.
Yeah.
He lets it go.
Long he fold for sure,
I can look back. I can look back.
You had a pair?
Tonight, yeah, you can look at tonight. After 6 hours, okay? You can check his hand.
Boss, you had a pair?
You'll see it on TV in 6 hours.
Yeah, we'll get to know in a stream.
No shot clock in play, by the way, until the start of day 2.
Now
No
I'm
limit on decision.
really curious what he says if he sees the hand. He saw 9s. Does he want to think,
yeah.
oh, I should have called, or oh,
Should've
good,
taken the
I
flip.
folded?
Ataman, watching on YouTube, says, James, I have a question regarding APPT Barcelona. I'll do my best. Do you know, will there be catamaran activities this year? I couldn't see it on the activity calendar for this year. I don't know. If you can't find the information, I doubt I'd be able to. I'll be honest with you, I don't really pay attention to the activities because I don't get to do any of them. And so I selfishly ignore them because I'm working the whole time. Last year, I do know that the catamaran had to be cancelled a couple of times because of windy weather. If they're doing it this year, I don't know.
Same for me. I'm not looking too much at the activities. Obviously, it's very nice to have it for you guys. Always nice to be able to do something else besides playing poker all day.
All I would say is if the full list of activities has been published either in the app or on the website and it's not there, then it probably isn't happening this year. But I would keep checking back because maybe they're still adding stuff and maybe they'll update it down the line. Come for the poker, stay for the catamaran. I mean, the great thing is, and again, this is where I go on my standard sales pitch, Seb, is even if there was 0 organized activities for players in Barcelona, there is so much to do in that city when you're not playing poker. I mean, it literally has everything. Great bars, great restaurants, amazing places to see. There's a Grada Familia, Park Güell, the Spanish Village. You're right on the beach if you want to go swimming in the sea, or if you want to sunbathe on the beach. There's so many things you can do beyond just playing at the poker table.
Even the football should have started as well, so you could even watch some Spanish football with Barcelona or Espanyol. So
yeah,
you will always find something to do.
Again, woe is me, I don't get to do any of it. But that's fine. I exist for your entertainment.
Streaming all day long. And those hours are quite long as well. First, we have the super high roller, so that's quite cool.
Yeah.
I will definitely watch.
Yeah, it's going to be very similar to what we did in Monte Carlo as far as start times and dynamic delay. Oh, we've got a new player at the table in the 1 seat who has brought a very short stack to the main stage. And Takashi Yagura finds himself all in with Queen Jack. And yes, you've spotted it, Seb. The two guy is definitely getting involved here with Ace King suited.
He's slow rolling him. No, he's in a small blind. Sorry, guys. I haven't seen it. It's all good. I thought, what are you thinking about? Come on.
I was like watching and
So you can fold. That's one hand.
you're from Japan, right?
I'm from Japan. Yeah.
I gotta go all in.
All in. Player 5, all in.
All in. Nothing hand in the big blind is folded. And at least Yagura has live cards, but is a 2-1 dog here. 2/3 of the time, we will see him eliminated.
He's good player. So much respect.
Luck, good luck.
10-6-5, 2 hearts, 5 immediate outs for Takashi Yagura. The
Not a lot
non-folded
of help
queens
so
and
far.
jacks.
Ay, ay, ay.
Down to 2 outs, 2 kings in the deck. No king on the river, and he came to the feature table. He departed the feature table. Takashi Yagura eliminated. As we continue to thin the field on day 1C of the APPT Manila main event. And yet, just to finish that thought about APPT Barcelona, Seb was asking about the broadcast hours. We will be starting every day at 3 p.m. local time. That's 3 p.m. CEST. Continuous coverage, dynamic delay, so we remove the breaks, including the hour-long dinner break. So yeah, you get uninterrupted action for 7 or 8 hours every single day.
That is always a thing in live poker. If you play one hand, if you max late rage a tournament or something like that, you feel so silly. And if you play online, you can just hide. Nobody knows.
Yeah, you don't have to do the walk of shame across the tournament floor.
Yeah. You can see it in the EPT main event as well. If some people are max late raging it and it just lasts 1 or 2 hands and people have to leave the room instantly again, everybody's so hyped.
Yeah.
Ay.
Sit-4 raise, 4,500.
Yu Huang raising here with 10-8 of diamonds. Just the blinds to act. Lamb has the snowmans in the small blind.
We don't have the graphics, right? I missed them.
I'm afraid not.
I would say clear jam. Nice. And
He has been presented with the red triangle of death after saying the words all in. And Huang can fold the 10-8.
Not a huge stack. 194,000 chips. Lots of chips on our table. It's always nice to see.
Yeah, players building stacks on day 1 of this tournament. A 3-day event that will conclude on Monday. As far as the APPT is concerned, the next leg of the tour is Korea. That's in early September. And then the Asia Pacific Poker Tour returns to APPT Manila. But not the Thunderdome, as Nick calls it, the Cove, this nice solarium with the swimming pool in the middle. It will be the Coral Lounge, which will host the APPT Championship.
I'm just happy today. I pray
And again, I believe we are going to be streaming that. It's slightly awkward because they changed the dates. Initially, it was meant to be the weekend afterwards. And as a consequence, I basically went, oh, great. I can say yes to this thing the weekend before. And now they've moved it to that weekend before. So I hope to be a part of that coverage, but I will be elsewhere in the world. And yeah, I will be distracted. But enough of my yakking. 10-10-9 on the flop.
Is the main event the same buy-in in the championship? Do you know that?
I think it's higher. I think it's higher.
Ooh. Yeah, I think so too. Sounds like another cool event.
I'm a great believer in actually looking stuff up rather than just assuming. So let's actually do our research. APPT Manila Championship schedule.
It has to be higher, but it's getting, if it's getting a free K or something like that, it's getting quite crazy. Anyway, 7's here +1. Mark will open raise here. 4K. Oh,
it's basically double the buy-in. It's double the buy-in, Seb, because this, I believe, is 80,000 Philippine pesos to play, and the APPT Championship is 165,000.
It's actually really cool. That's going to be a very, very big tournament.
He called only 1,000.
I got it. What's this?
So I didn't pay attention. Did the other guy folded 4s? So we have a call from the 7s. Pocket freeze in the cutoff. Yeah, the hijack folded 4s. I just checked it. I think the freeze mainly want to call here. I don't think you want to raise.
6-7 fold, 6-8 fold, 6.
Again, a very, very awkward hand to play post-flop if you get a call. And I don't think you're going to push out anyone who's limping here. And the stack, I don't know. If you have a huge stack, I guess you can decide to raise.
John Vanderberg, the original raiser, is going to call the re-raise with 7s, which is the best hand. He is out of position,
Yeah, it's going to be
He's not
tricky.
going to like that ace on the flop.
Check.
Let's see. I'm very interested to see how this hand will play out. Small c-bet. I guess Mark still has quite an easy call, and he has to decide on the turn what to do. But he decides to lay down directly. That
Yeah, I
seems a
knew he was going to fold
bit-
to that ace.
Yeah,
I would have put money on that happening.
2,000, 2,000.
I have. I probably could have seen it as well, but I was too
Change dealer.
invested.
So
Players, good luck.
Jarmota on Twitch has posted an emote that I do not recognize, but I'm going to recommend that we probably remove that.
Yeah.
1,000, 2,000.
Meanwhile, we've got John Riyad watching on YouTube. Hello again, John. John is in Manila. He will be playing day 2 of this event. Who knows? He might even be at the feature table tomorrow. But John played with Takashi Yagura yesterday. Takashi's currently on our feature table. And Takashi has a YouTube channel with 100K plus subscribers. There are so many Japanese influencers in the poker world now, and there are so many Japanese players on the poker circuit. That was the big thing I noticed in Vegas this summer, Seb, is how many Japanese players there were. Not just playing World Series events, but in the cash games down the strip, and the work that influencers, the most famous of which being Masato Yokosawa, have done to really grow interest in that game and really start a little poker boom in Japan. It's great to see.
It's amazing to see. It's really, really cool to kind of have those players as well. We will see it in Barcelona too. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a lot of Japanese players. And I've played lots of poker with Japanese players at EPTs, and it's very nice to see new faces all the time. And they're playing really well too.
Oh, and to clarify, of course, Takashi Yagura is no longer at the feature table. He came and went in one hand.
That's true.
Ace 10 versus King 9, and what a flop for the King 9. Top pair, flush draw. Hello.
Check, 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 check. Now he needs to fade a 10 or an ace, and I think the river will go check, check as well. Do you want to bet your 9? You could. If you fold the 7s, please fold the ace 10. Thank you.
G1 Heart winning that pot.
Small blind 50. Big blind 50.
Mood keeps us. They used to say things like B-list celebrities or C-list. Now we gauge people's celebrity status by YouTube subscribers. I was talking to someone in the entertainment industry, and they were talking about television and talking about where the opportunities are, where the money is, and saying, you know, famously about 10 years ago, the money disappeared from linear TV and was all in streaming services. It was all about Netflix, Prime, Apple TV. That era lasted about a decade. Now, YouTube. All the money is in social media platforms, and it's all about influencers, all about subscribers, all about the reach of those individuals.
Yeah. They reach a lot of people, have a lot of interactions, so obviously nice to see to have those big YouTubers to do poker content. I think that's quite nice. And queens in a small blind. 20 blinds
G1
deep.
Heart. Yep.
Seems good. So raise it up. And Mark, unfortunately, has nothing. And folds the 9-4 offsuit. Always a little bit sad if you don't get any action with the queens.
Wicked says, is that an alarm going off? Sounds like it. Inevitably in these venues, there's someone who's trying to sneak out the back for a quick cigarette break. They open an emergency exit door and it sounds an alarm.
Small blind 1,000.
So we have gone up a blind level, by the way. We're now playing 1K, 2K with a 2K big blind ante, and this will be the second level of this session. At the end of this level, we will change feature table one last time, and then we have 3 more levels to play before day 1C concludes.
Oh, he folded ace-5. Kumar has been way too tight. He has now 4 blinds left. And if you are getting into the big blind, he basically has to put half of his deck into the table. So he needs to find a spot to double up, or it's going to be very, very tough.
Should have played that ace-queen, am I right?
Yeah, I agree. Or now the ace-5.
Yeah.
Something like that. Any ace is good for 4 big blinds. Any pretty
That alarm is still going, by the way. I can hear it. I can hear the ringing in the background. Maybe that's what happens when someone goes in the pool. Get out of the water.
Yeah. Some tournament just finished, I guess. Another one left the table, took an early break. Probably this guy. Went through
Chase is chilling.
some door with an alarm. King,
I love that.
deuce suited.
Superb logic, by the way. There are probably hundreds of people in the room, but Seb's logic is that the guy who's not in his seat at the feature table is obviously the one who is guilty for setting off that alarm.
Yeah. Sounds reasonable for me.
It's a very reasonable conclusion to reach. Absolutely.
Anyway, we see.
I said ace.
Yes. You said raise, but you put your 9,000.
Yeah.
So that is swing bet if you get the 1,000.
Oh,
You raise to 9,000.
that told you, buddy.
He said ace.
I said ace. Yeah.
Why?
Yes, but there's a one.
Yeah, but he put the
Sam,
chips
the
in.
location of this event is Arcada, Manila.
Correct.
Yeah.
This is the Cove.
Calls to 9,000.
So
A6 versus King Deuce.
So the big blind misclicks. He said raise, but had 9K. I think he wanted to make it bigger. So we had an open raise to 4, and the big blind free bets to 9. Misclicks free bets. Now he C bets. It would be fun if he attacks that, but the hand is too bad. It's another very interesting thing. Many poker players don't know the exact rules of the game, what they're allowed to do and what not, but they are playing for thousands and thousands of dollars. It always surprises me a little bit. But it's fine. It's not a big mistake. He won the pot. He actually won the maximum out of his opponent with the misclick and c-bet. So it actually worked out very well for him. Pocket fives.
Yeah, and I guess any pair. Got to go with it now. All in for a whole 4 big blinds.
Very interesting what you're supposed to do with the ace-4. You have the whole, or not the whole table, but you have a lot of players to act behind. You don't want to jam and get called by better here. Obviously, you're doing fine against the 4 big blinds, but it's more like, what are you doing against? Are you call folding? Do you just jam directly? I think a fold is fine. Yeah, I like that. You're doing fine, yeah. And he would have gotten punished right away. You're doing obviously fine against the 4 big blinds, but you always need to be a bit aware how many players you have behind. And now we're 5.
Wang has not put his cards in the box, so we don't know what he has on the button. Oh, we're going to know now. Deuces.
Everybody has a pair.
Oh, interesting.
Re-raises.
What is happening?
That is crazy. And they both have massive stacks.
Well, Vanderberg ain't folding, right? Vanderberg's going to at least see 3.
Negotiating?
Yeah.
Do you
I don't think you can
Okay.
do anything else because
So Kumar
They're both
is at
deep.
risk and is in contention for the main pot with his tournament life on the line. We've got significant action on the side between Vanderberg and Huang, and 10s are still good on a Queen Jack 4 flop.
and you know what, James? I think we might see a fold now from the 10s and Kuma actually, oh my god, he could what is this? Quadruple up? More than
Oh my
that's
word.
insane.
So yeah, Vanderberg folds. So Huang wins the side pot, but is actually a huge dog in the main pot. And you're right, Kumar is set to multiply his stack.
What is that? He should have been out.
It's so weird, this hand. So weird. Yeah, 5s hold.
Thank you.
10s would have held.
He said thank you for
Absolutely.
pushing him out. Thank
And
you very
Kumar's
much.
now got around 30k.
Oh my god.
Just like that, we have 15 big blinds. Well, guys, if this puts you in the mood to play some poker, if you're thinking, do you know what? I reckon I could do okay. A reminder that there are some live tournaments coming up in different parts of the world. APPT Korea is taking place in early September. Of course, Seb and I will be at EPT Barcelona, which starts in just a few days' time. There's live coverage of that. And for those of you on the East Coast of the United States of America, there is a PokerStars sponsored event in late August, early September. The Maryland State Poker Championship is taking place. PokerStars is the headline sponsor. As such, many of us are going to be there, including myself. Rather randomly, I will be in the state of Maryland for the first time. I will be at Maryland
Sounds like-
Live in Hanover.
Sounds like a lovely event. Sounds very
Yeah, I'm
cool.
gonna get you.
I'm
I always
still
love it when I
stunned.
get to go to an event and play, Seb. It's very rare for me still.
Yeah, I feel you. And those events are perfect. The buy-ins are not huge. You can play
Exactly.
so many events. It's a very cool. People are normally very friendly and very easygoing with smaller buy-ins. Much more chill atmosphere. I'm still stunned about the deuces. There you can see how lucky you sometimes are without even knowing what the other opponent had. Obviously, he could probably have guessed that the other guy has something. But yeah, if the deuces play differently, you're gonna be out.
Now I'm reading him now.
I guess we have to wait.
I think they're keeping the tables balanced.
Ah, okay.
I presume that is the reason for the delay. Or maybe the tournament director has been called to the table to admonish the guy who played deuces that badly. Yeah, I think what happened is a table broke and new players are taking seating assignments. You'll notice that we have a new player in seat number 1. This is Frederick Kapitsky from the USA. So we now have 2 Americans at the feature table.
Level 14, 15, 15, 15, not in the money.
That's nice to see. I've seen yesterday a couple of people from Europe, and now we see some Americans as well. So it's very international.
Still wrong.
And by the way, you played it quite well, James. Folding out the 10s, winning some extra money.
True.
I don't know if I would have achieved that. That's nice to see. Anyway,
Well, here he comes
now we're
again.
back
He's
in-
going to open 5s in the hijack.
5, 4, 6, 4, 7,
King 10 for Chase, who folds the small blind. And Kumar is going to hold on to those chips.
7. 9, 3,
He definitely feels very live again.
I know.
Another double up, and he's actually back in the game.
It's ridiculous. Such a silly game. I don't know why we play it.
Yeah.
Okay, Freddie, what we got? 6 deuce of diamonds. Nah. Folded around to Rasukaru Mizugai. Not going to play Queen 7. Well, that's a raise. Waving Lamb opening King 10, and it's going to get through.
Very nice. Good chip up with the King 10 offsuit. He was super short as well. So that's good to see. Eh? Spinning it up to 50K. Perfect.
Hello to Bird, who joins us on Twitch. Says, howdy, it's a thriller in Manila. Yes, it is. And this thriller will last another couple of days. We're going to be streaming on Sunday and on Monday as well, following this tournament through to its conclusion. All about the main event now, this being day 1C, and then days 2 and 3 to follow. Percocet says, what about Philadelphia? I know, what about Philadelphia? What do we say? You can just
King
randomly
10.
throw out the names of US cities, and I can't guarantee each one's going to get a poker tournament.
Probably might be one. Anyway, the King 10,
oh,
I think...
Someone just got thrown into the pool.
A6 will take it down most likely. I would defend some 10-6 off, 10-5, fine to fold. I think the King 10 fold by Mark was pretty nice too. King 10 suited, you obviously could open raise.
5,000.
Oh, Vanderberg getting some change.
Oh, ladies game.
Oh, it's the ladies' game. Their words, not mine. The women's event clearly also being played tonight.
Ace Jack suited. Beautiful hand.
Yeah.
Makes it quite chunky. 3x.
There's a guy with King Queen.
Yeah, it's not lovely. I really don't mind the fold. I think that's quite good. 3x, you have a lot of players behind. And Kumar actually has a chance to spin it up to 50k plus. Pocket 8's obviously going to go into the middle. And we won't see a fold here, so that's the chance.
24. All right.
Here we go.
50%.
We're off to the races. And you highlighted, Seb, that if Kumar can get another spin up, if he can double up here, he is back in this thing.
I'm actually rooting now for Kumar. That would be such a nice story. It's a very
Eight's
good
holding.
flop for him.
Just has to fade aces and jacks.
Ooh.
Same outs for Huang. 5 cards for Kumar to fade. River is a deuce. 8's hold. And
That's
Kumar now has
amazing.
53k.
That's amazing. From being all in with 4 blinds with 5s against 10s and deuces. The other player gets the 10s out, and now he has almost 60.
I
I
know.
think he has 60k.
And we are geniuses, because we said at the time, yeah, he needs to fold this ace-queen and wait for a better spot. He's absolutely right to fold that ace-queen. That's 100% what we said at the time.
We both would have been out a long time ago.
Well, we don't know that. The ace-queen may have held, but
Yeah, that's
you cannot
true. That's
fault
true.
the way this has played out. And you can't argue with the fact that Kumar is now back in this thing and can basically just comfortably play his game. As we welcome Nicholas Michael Walsh back to the proceedings.
Hello, everyone. How you guys doing?
We're doing good. That means you get to take a short break, Seb. We'll speak to you in an hour.
Thank you, guys. See you later.
As we continue to watch this feature table in the APPT Manila main event, blind still 2K, 4K. And one of the Americans at the table, Frederick Kapitska, opening here with the Lashif, A6 on the button. And this very much does feel like the Lashif, because in that infamous hand in Casino Royale, Lashif was on the button. The meme says he was out of position. The meme is wrong. He was on the button in that hand.
Extremely infamous.
Bond was able to get in cheap from the small blind with 7-5 of spades.
Whoa!
What's happening?
Okay, wait a second. So Kapitska limped the button. And now G1 is going to fire an all-in. So is this around
20 bigs?
20 bigs? I actually don't hate this. I didn't spot the limp at first, James. But this is also part of the reason why limping that A6 is somewhat problematic, right? Because if we min-raise there, the ace-deuce goes in the bin most of the time. Sure, we might get 3-bet bluff occasionally, but I would say most of the offsuit aces just want to fold. But nice move there. G1 picking it up.
The break after
30 minutes.
okay. So we will move
We'll go back down.
30 minutes break.
I've mentioned this an infinite number of times, but I'm going to say it again. I was very lucky that I managed to get from the poker consultant on Casino Royale his type notes, the hand histories of all the poker hands that are played in that movie, including that last hand, which I believe in the film we pick up on the turn when Bond turns the straight flush, but I have the pre-flop and flop action. And I think it's fair to say that the two other terrorists in the hand completely butcher it, allowing Lashif and Bond to get in very cheaply and make big hands.
That's so cool, James. Really cool that you got to see behind the curtain there. Oh, hello again.
Yeah, Kishimoto opened ace-4 and G1 heart shoving big for the second hand in a row. This time with Jack-10 suited, gets rid of Vanderberg in the small blind. Is probably going to get rid of Huang in the big blind. And tough to call off here with ace-4, Nick.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that's why the power play with this is so good. If you are really understudied, when you start to look into some of these spots around the 20 big blind mark, we see a lot of these in spin and goes, of course, all the time. But a lot of these sort of merged 3-bet jams are so powerful, right, James? Because now imagine your opponent does wake up with ace king of clubs or whatever, right? We don't lose that much in actual chip EV because we still have 2 live cards, we've got a live suit, whatever. Of course, we're going to run into some hands that we are dominated against here, but you might even get a hand as strong as like ace 10 to fold here, you know, if you do indeed 3-bet here. As we can see, getting ace 4 of clubs to fold, very powerful. But he's done a good job here. I think this is definitely in range.
By the way, while I was on break, I confirmed my attendance at a screening of the new Spider-Man movie. I will be going to see that after the conclusion of today's stream. And I will be going to see that film, Nick, with a mutual friend of ours and former colleague. He who shall not be named will be joining me to see Spider-Man.
Sam Grafton?
I said former colleague.
Yep. Sounds good. Are you going back to the Chinese theater?
No, going to go to Universal Studios, to the AMC theater
nice.
there.
That will be cool. Yeah, I mean, I was going to ask. It's definitely something that former colleagues do enjoy. The odd superhero flick.
We got a button limp here from Vanderberg with 8-7 suited. And that results in Huang raising from the small blind with 8 deuce of clubs.
This is cheeky, James. No, do not fold.
No.
Don't do that, mate. No. Look, I know we can see the cards. I'm not commenting because, you know, the best hand folded. It's 8-7 of hearts. Oh, my God. Stick around. See a flop. You're in position.
Re-raising with ace-king there in the small blind. Still see a flop on the button with the advantage of position.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I was going to say, like, you know, if you're going to limp this button, at least you have the benefit of almost always seeing a flop, right? It's really hard for your opponents to just, you know, raise jam there for a huge amount. But definitely need to see a flop there with the suited 8-7. It's just way too pretty to let go.
Welcome to Mutilate Quickly, a new viewer, or at least a first-time chatter on the PokerStars Twitch channel. I have no idea what's going on, but I appreciate the commentary.
Welcome. Do you mean you have no idea what's going on because you don't play poker, or is it because
I'm guessing that. I'm guessing
the
that.
8-7 of hearts?
Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean, yes.
Yeah.
You have no idea what... I'm presuming you're new to poker. But even if you're not new to poker, you could easily ask that same question because we are seeing some weirdly played hands at this feature table.
Okay. Yeah. James, again, okay. I keep saying it. I say it every time. This is why I love the APPT, man. People are just playing weird hands, and it makes the game so interesting.
So obviously we love people who are new to the game, and hopefully you can pick up something that's going on via osmosis, or maybe what we're saying will start to make sense. I appreciate that we sometimes lapse into a lingo that is, for want of a better phrase, poker speak. But the great thing is there's an awesome community out there, many of them watching on the PokerStars Twitch channel. So any questions you have, any help you need to follow the action, those people will provide that help. Vanderberg not going to play the ace-9.
Yep, definitely potentially an open there. James decides against it. I think that's probably not the end of the world, though.
Wow. If you bluff.
So Chase Kokulong took an extended break from the table. He's now back in his seat. Does have a big stack, can afford to lose a few blinds.
And James, was seed 6 on our super high roller feature table last night?
Yeah, we referenced the fact that he bubbled yesterday's super high roller and is now hoping to bag for day 2 of the main event.
Yeah, I recognize the glasses.
I noticed that he's not wearing his blingy watch today.
Yeah, that's only for the final tables.
Sure, I like that. Different watches for different occasions.
Amen.
Thank you to Ed for linking Mutilate Quickly to the PokerStars Learn page, where there's a whole host of content. I have to say, a few years ago, I was asked to film a video which was a how to play poker tutorial, which we spent a lot of time going over the script for that. But honestly, the number of views that has had, it was definitely worth doing. And I think if you search how to play poker on YouTube, it's one of the top hits that comes up. 7 million views now, Nick, that video.
Wow. Wow. Very good. I mean, I think that's probably, that makes sense to me, James. I think there's actually a huge interest in people who would like to learn the rules of poker, but perhaps they're just not in a community of people that plays already, or they don't feel uncomfortable going into a casino, or they feel somewhat intimidated to go and actually learn on the job, as it were, or perhaps they feel somewhat ashamed. Maybe they think that poker is something that's naughty because it's associated with gambling. But that makes sense that, you know, people would search for something like that and find it in that place. And of course, as soon as they see your face and hear your voice,
they
in a
want to
video
stop
like
watching.
that, you know,
absolutely, I completely understand.
They know that they are in safe hands, and they know this is a man that can be trusted.
I'm going to guarantee the people searching for that video have absolutely no idea who I am, and I'm fine with that.
Isn't that what Chris Moneymaker said? Somebody asked him, what's it like to be famous in poker? And he said, it's great. If I want people to notice me for my poker, I go play poker. And if I want people to leave me alone, I just can walk around and nobody seems to know who I am.
Aces here for Huang. Raises to 7K. These pre-flop opens are on the larger side, Nick. We're at the 1K, 2K blind level, so this is more than a 3x open.
Yeah, and not only that, James, we've seen a lot of limping, like very, very unconventional frequencies of limping. Too big, too big. Just make it small. Play a pot. Try and win a tournament.
Cyron, to answer your question, they are playing to the end of level 15. So they are playing a set number of levels today rather than trying to hit a number of players. These are the stacks at our current feature table, which will change at the next break, which is incoming. And then we will play the final 3 levels of the day with a new lineup on the main stage overlooking that gorgeous and I presume warm swimming pool.
The Thunderdome. Now, G1, on the other hand, James, does seem to be a little bit more astute. All the moves I've seen so far have been very, very smooth, very smart, very intelligent, very switched on. None of this limping, raising ace is super big nonsense. He's going to play King 4 suited under the gun. That shows a lot of confidence to play a hand like this, but I do think that this is perfectly fine to get into the mix if you think that the dynamic will allow you to enter the pot a little bit light.
No, you were tripled up with, so you can hit.
And just a raise and a take it, why not? Easy game. Sheepfragger says, as far as places to play poker, this looks like it's right up there, to be fair. I would say it's way up there, mate. This is very high on my list of places I'd like to travel to. I think 2027, you're going to see me grace the stage here. Having said that, James, they probably need somebody to do commentary again.
Well, here's the problem, Nick. I may have overpromised and underdelivered because I may have accidentally kind of just thrown out there to Skinner that maybe because of the PokerStars connection, if we went to this part of the world, maybe we could get a free stay there.
Yeah.
And I think that's now been taken as fact. And now I think the trip's already being planned.
Well, I'll tell the management if James is getting a free ride, I want to. Let's go. We're going to Manila.
Well, as I told you earlier on, I sadly can't be there for the APPT Championship. I actually have other plans for that weekend. I'm hoping that I can still be a part of the coverage, but I do think the burden of responsibility is probably going to fall on your shoulders that weekend.
That's okay. That's okay. I don't mind. I like being useful. Cut off here. Durendra Kumar.
He's got the Grafton. 10-9 suited. Oi, oi.
Mates. Mates.
Bruv. Bruv.
Bruv. Bruv.
Not enough visibility. He has called the raise, and now Kishimoto is going to squeeze by jamming the button.
Oh, my goodness.
And this is going to work.
They call me Mr. Bombastic. Let's get the king queen in here. Let's put these guys in the blender. You just can't call. Both of these hands cannot call. And he's found a very, very cute pickup spot here, James. Don't forget, right? There has been a raise and a call, and there's still the blinds, and there's still the big blind ante. You're winning like 7 or 8 big blinds here when you get the folds. This is amazing.
Great pickup. Great pickup.
Yeah. Very astute.
Space Dive says, good move. And remember, it's Chat Pro Saturday. Now, obviously, that comment is correct. But even if it were wrong, it would be correct on Chat Pro Saturday.
Speaking of Mr. Bombastic, when is the new Ali G film coming out?
Is there a new Ali G film? Is he still playing that character in the year 2026?
Well, he is, but he also sort of. Did you not see all the footage of him like causing trouble at Wimbledon and stuff? He's like he sort of
No.
revived some of his live viral stunts in order to promote the new film. October 23rd, 2026. Sacha Baron Cohen's
had no idea.
secret new Ali G film. I cannot wait. Ali G
no
is a masterpiece. Forget about Oppenheimer. Ali G, top of the list.
I recently shared a plane with his ex.
Oh,
Isla Fisher was on my flight from LA to London.
Yeah. I was gonna beat you to it. I actually know that one. Yeah.
I was wearing my Taylor Swift Eras tour hoodie, and she complimented me on it.
Oh my God, James, that's actually such a flex. I hate you so much. That's actually I'm not being sarcastic. That I would actually die a death if that happened to me in real life.
Oh,
okay.
Street flash potential for Huang.
There's 8,000. Action 6. Pick 1, 4.
When you hit this hard, James, or you have a draw this large, you kind of want action, but you're not going to get none. Also, really special comment here from Mark of the Beats, which is, by the way, a very clever username. I like that a lot. The ink is drying on my internet opinion degree. You'll be hearing from me all day on what the players should have done. Well, this is a great day to do it, Mark of the Beats, because it is Chat Pro Saturday. Welcome to the internet. That's right, Dank. Wicked, wicked. Jungle is massive.
Is that meant to be an Ali G impersonation?
No, that is a General Levy impersonation. General Levy alongside the MB. The world is in trouble. Let me tell them murderers. Incredible.
4, 8, 4, 9, 4, 6, 1, 4, 6, 2, raise 4,000 total. Action 3.
Okay, we've seen a raise from Ha with 9-8 of clubs. Mark Vanderberg, Kings.
Call 4,000. Action 6.
Did he just say
Mark.
call?
Mark.
This might work
Put more
out for him,
chips
though,
in.
because Huang's going to squeeze now with ace-jack, and there's the opportunity for him to then come over the top.
Yep, you're absolutely right, James. Well spotted.
3 raise
Haha. It's all
14,000 total.
coming up, Vanderberg. But now, James, I'm very interested to see how he responds to this, because I think that if he calls here, especially if he calls after G1 calls, if G1 does indeed call, I think that we are getting into some very, very dangerous territory when there's a nice pot to be picked up, or at least elevated right here, right now.
I'm not quite sure 9-8 can get involved here. I mean, maybe he's not that worried about Vanderberg, but... Oh my word! Ha decides to move all in. Great spot for Vanderberg. I mean, he couldn't have planned this better.
Oh my God, he's a genius. I take it all back. Mark is a genius. Also, can we shout out G1? He's actually making a really, really sick move here against the ace-jack. He probably wins this pot had there not been a trap by kings in the small blind.
500. Give me 500.
Interestingly, Vanderberg did not reshove. He just called, and that's really put Huang in the blender.
$40,000 to call, though. Oh my God, it's like 20 big blinds. Put it in the bin, mate. You know this is ugly.
Got to worry about someone having ace-queen or ace-king here, right? Okay, he does fold. So Ha is at risk with 2 undercards to the pocket kings of Mark Vanderberg, who has played this hand like a genius.
Yep, to be fair, he absolutely got what he wanted in this situation. There's tons of dead money in the middle here. He has the best hand by far. Huge favorite. Let's go to a flop.
4, 6, 1, call 4,000. 6, 2, 4. Action 50.
The flop is Jack 7-6. Oh, we have got a sweat. The straight draw for Jiwan Ha.
4 of clubs for a sweat.
Oh,
he's done it!
On the turn, which has Vanderberg drawing dead. That is going to be a huge pickup for Jiwan Ha, who's now playing 122k as Mark Vanderberg drops down to 67k.
Oh, the chat pros are going to have a field day with this one.
And that is going to bring that session of play to its conclusion. So here we go with the third feature table of the day and our final session of the day. 3 more levels to play with this lineup on the main stage. So we'll get to know these new players. We have got a player from the UK at this table, Stephen Moon. Got a player from Peru. We've got a Norwegian, plenty of locals, plenty of players from the Philippines.
Wait a second, James. Seat 3 is not wearing his trademark gloves.
Seat 3, Kim Enriquez.
I believe Mr. Enriquez usually wears these really cool gloves. I could be wrong. I could be speaking out of turn. Let me double check.
So blinds are up, obviously. Looks like we're now playing 1,500, 3,000 with a 3K big blind ante. Oh, maybe it's 1K, 2.5K. My apologies.
APPT Manila.
$2,500 apiece. Straight draws for both players. Ace on the turn.
You have to check that, yeah. I think there'd be a few more than that, but.
Okay. Does that mean 9 high is the best hand?
Blind v blind is a weird game, James. 9 high is indeed the best of it.
I wish I would have wore a flower shirt.
I mean, the only way either of these players is probably going to win this hand is by betting it, right? Neither will think their hand is good at showdown, and that bet from Espella is going to win him the pot. Now, there is an interesting character at this new feature table, Nick. The player in seat number 1 is a South Korean player called Seungmuk Jung, a player with $2.5 million in live earnings, good for 10th place on South Korea's all-time money list. But more interesting than that, Jung is a music producer and was a contestant on a Netflix series called The Devil's Plan Death Room, which, according to our producer Dai, is a Korean reality competition which pits a bunch of smart people in a house to play games against each other. There is Jung in the 1 seat, but action is on Stephen Moon here with Ace Queen.
I'm sure we've seen Stephen Moon on the EPT circuit as well. And my apologies to Kim Enriquez. I've definitely misspotted him from my previous comments.
Moon, by the way, not a player I've ever seen before, Nick. Only 21K in live earnings and seems to mostly play events in Asia.
Okay, I could be wrong on that front too. My player
It's very,
facial
very hard when everyone
skills.
wears a baseball cap and sunglasses.
It's definitely making it harder, yeah.
I like your style though. Look at that guy. That's a fucking televised fucking face. I think it's the reason why we're fucking here is because of him. Yeah. Look at that guy. Like fucking like he looks like fucking something. Movie star.
I've been doing this since the start of the event.
7. Small blind.
They were watching you. That's the reason
Big
why.
blind on 6-1.
What's your potty mouth, Mr. Jung?
500s. Thank you.
6-1.
Confirmation that blinds are currently 1K, 2.5K, with a 2.5K big blind ante. This being
It's a weird
level
one,
13 of the APPT Manila main event. Yeah, 2 levels to play after this, 1500 3 and then 2K, 4K. And then the survivors, bag and tag and return for tomorrow. And we'll be streaming day 2 when we can expect world-famous bubble coverage as they try to play down to the final table. I was discussing this with Seb earlier on, Nick. I think that is a tall order. I think there's a maximum of 10 levels to be played. There's a chance we do come back on the final day with 2 tables. Well, Kim Enriquez has opened ace-10. Edison Yu is going to flat the button with 5s. Jung folds the big blind. We're going heads up to the flop. Queen, Jack, 9. So it's the open-ended straight draw for Enriquez. Edison Yu still ahead for now with 5s. Pretty much a post-flop flip.
Yeah, and I think probably Kim can do pretty much whatever here. It's really hard to make this a bad move if you do decide to bet because you do have so much equity. It's also nice to draw to a king here as well, right? If it does come to king, it could give your opponent a straight that gives you the higher straight all the way to the ace. On this occasion, does decide to bet, and we'll take it down.
John's still watching the stream, who has already bagged his chips and will be playing day 2 tomorrow. Says Marco Espella won a tournament and a seat for this main event when we tabled the final table of the tournament the other month. Steve Moon is a British friend of mine, also lives in Manila, and Kim Enriquez is a regular in Manila tournaments as well. Thanks for the info, John.
Thank you, John. Now I'm wondering who I'm thinking about. I can see both of their faces, but I've definitely mistaken.
I'd love to help you, but I
seats 2
literally
and
have
3.
no idea.
Raise to 8,000.
Okay, so we're blind v blind here, and Seungmuk Jung is going to raise small to big with 9-4, gets a fold from Stephen Moon.
Yeah, pretty bold there. Definitely a wide steal, but perfectly acceptable. And I think we can see here the power of aggression succeeds.
He was a contestant on season 2 of The Devil's Plan Death Room. A show I'm not familiar with, I have to be honest.
I've seen it. I've not watched it. I've seen it sort of like listed. There's quite a few actually. There's quite a few South Korean reality shows that have sort of crept onto my feed at some point. There was one called The Physical 100 or like The Strong 100 or something like that. It was pretty brutal.
I've fallen down the true crime documentary rabbit hole recently. That's been like what I've been watching on Netflix.
Yeah, Ruth loves the true crime stuff. I quite enjoy it as well, but
really well made. A lot of those documentaries are really well made, and the stories are fascinating. And very much
Yeah.
put stuff into perspective. If you think you're having a bad day, you can
Yeah,
you
I'm not
realize
even-
that some people have it a lot worse.
James, I'm not joking. I swear to God, 2 days ago we watched something, and I turned to Ruth and I said, "Sometimes when I think I'm having a bad day, I really don't.
Yeah.
I don't think I have to leg to stand on here." It's called Physical 100. Yeah. So, Flo, correct me if I'm wrong. It's basically just 100 super fit people, like fighting and racing and climbing and just brutal physical endurance, right? It was South
This
Korean
sounds
as well, please.
awfully like the TV shows in the book/film The Running Man.
It's probably similar to Hunger Games, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're all
Same idea.
very similar things, yeah. Well, we have got an all in here. And Ace Jack is currently ahead. Jean Badeo is going to need to catch on the turn or river. Kings, fives, those are his cards. A diamond gives us a sweat. There are some straight possibilities as well. Not a diamond, not a backdoor straight card. Just a king or a five. River is a 10. So Jean Badeo from Peru is eliminated.
I was like, is this the final table? Like, what are you guys doing?
Not the final table yet, just the feature table on day one of a 3-day tournament.
Officially saying that this is not a final table, and they fucking took our fucking like 7 minutes to do this like stupid shit. So viewers, please do something. This is unfair, guys. This is very unfair. Officially saying.
I'm going to say that the number of viewers on this guy's side, I'm going to take the under on 5%. How do we feel about Sungmuk Jung using his appearance at this feature table to create a platform to complain? And that hand did not take 7 minutes, by the way. I appreciate that all-ins are dealt a little bit slower at the feature table. I'm sorry, it does not add that much time.
I think we might see another encounter here, though, James.
By the way, I'd love to see someone do that at an EPT feature table and not incur the wrath of Toby Stone.
Oh, no. You'd not want to see that.
I guarantee you, if someone starts getting on their high horse about this stuff. There we go.
Toby Stone is angry. You wouldn't like him when he's angry. Whoa.
Okay, well, that's, I was going to say pretty definitive, but sevens are still good for Edison Yu.
This was not the worst start.
Yeah, it's over on the turn. A 7 is no longer an out, and Edison Yu is eliminated.
GG's, buddy.
If we want to have a serious conversation about this, and by the way, I don't particularly want to, I appreciate the fact that players who are on the feature table have to jump through a few hoops that maybe players at other tables don't have to. Number one, all your cards are being streamed for people to see, albeit on a game integrity delay. I don't think you should be worried about the fairness of the game, but understandably, there is information out there. You could potentially make a mistake and have the internet call you out for it. And yes, sometimes the pace of the feature table can be a little bit slower. And yes, when there's an all-in like that, the cards are dealt a little bit slower. I think it's a sacrifice. I think it's an inconvenience that most players are willing to accept for the positive nature of the game being broadcast on social media platforms, being broadcast to people around the world, to keep the game in the public consciousness, to keep growing the game of poker, to make it marketable, and hopefully bring new people to these tables.
Yeah, very well said, James. I mean, look at the venue, look at the staff, look at the structure of this event, look at everything that's being laid out here. You know, all of this is happening as a result of the fact that we can market poker, right? And if that doesn't happen, then you're just not going to have the same events. You're not going to have the same quality of event. And I think complaining about that is really silly. I know that sometimes certain players we want certain players to be seen more often, and some pros do get selected, or tables get selected as a result of the fact that pros are on features slightly more often, and that can be somewhat unfair. But at the end of the day, we want more people playing cards, and I think James has hit the nail on the head.
The reality is you do not have PokerStars live events without cameras. That's the reality. When the EPT, which was the first big PokerStars tour, started in 2004, it was designed as a series of televised tournaments. The guy who created the EPT is a TV producer / director. So the two go hand in hand. And I'm a firm believer, and always have believed, Nick, that the tail cannot wag the dog, that TV cannot overrule the flow of the tournament. We have to be subservient and document how the tournament runs, but there have to be certain concessions made. And we are very grateful to the players who put up with it, but just whining about it at the table is not going to change anything. And there are so many poker tournaments around the world. There are so many events you can play. If you don't want to play at a live streamed / televised event, you then make that choice. But it is in the T's and C's. Amen. And you know that if you're at the feature table, you have to cooperate with everything that's required of the tournament staff. And if you're not prepared to do that, don't pay the buy-in, don't play the tournament.
Yeah, or just play a side event because you know it's not going to be televised. Easy game.
Right, moving on. Hopefully he shuts up
Moving on. Where is the action, chat?
I think we may be waiting for some new players. Again, every now and then a table is breaking and tables are being balanced. So just ensuring that we have the requisite number of players before dealing the next hand. Talking of Toby Stone, of course, we will see the man himself in action when we get to Barcelona. Toby is the tournament director on the European Poker Tour. He comes into his own when it's the Stone bubble. Of course, there'll be world-famous bubble coverage from APPT Barcelona with us covering the last 6 days of the main event. The live stream starts with the final table of the 100K Super High Roller. August 23rd is the date. 7 consecutive days of APPT Barcelona on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channel. Well, looks like we have at least one new player at the table. So I'm guessing we can deal the next hand.
Yeah, let's get back into it, guys. Show us the pokers. Show me what you got.
I like the fact, though, Nick, that they are holding deals to keep the tables balanced, because I don't like it when a table gets down to 5 players and they're just like, play on, we'll bring you some new players in at some point. And it's like, no, let's try and, wherever possible, keep the tables balanced.
Yeah, I do agree, James, in theory, but also I love shorthanded poker. So some devious part of me really enjoys those crossovers where you get a chance to really hammer on the players who feel less comfortable playing 5-handed, 4-handed, 3-handed. For the most part, when we're bouncing like this, the worst it's ever going to get is like 5 or 6. But
sure, but again, it is and can be tilting when you're playing at a table of 5 and you see a table of 8 next to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anywho, the raises come from Jung with ace-10 of strawberries, and Suboy Tatsuya, who is the new player at the table, has kings in the big blind.
Kings is a real good hand, James.
Seagulls, stop it now.
I'm surprised you were picking that up. Oh my goodness, what a flop.
Absolutely. Look at that. Jung is actually a statistical favorite here with this gut shot, flush draw, and live card.
I honestly have no idea what the size is supposed to be here. There's 48.5 in the middle. Is 66 big blinds, 66,000 effective, excuse me, not big blinds. 66,000 chips. Decides to bet 15,000.
What's wrong with the...
Kaboom.
Oh, good luck, sir. 2 kings in the pack, hopefully.
Understandably, it all goes in on the flop. And whilst Tatsuya has the best hand right now, he is actually an underdog. So many outs for Sungmuk Jung. Is this a case of too many outs? No, spikes the ace. And now Tatsuya needs to river a straight. Does not. Instead, Jung improves to the flush. One hand at the feature table. We waited for 5 minutes for this guy to take his seat, and he couldn't even last one hand.
I'm still fucking mad. I'm still fucking tilted.
He's a miserable bastard, isn't he, this bloke?
Agreed.
Gotta admit that I kind of liked it. I mean, that was like a easy gamble for me because I can like double up or get removed from this fucking stupid
Then
table.
we have to wait another 6 minutes for another play.
It was like a flip.
Now they have.
Oh, well. Get another. Can you just keep bringing players every 5 minutes?
I mean, it's still.
Yeah, it was a pretty big flop for the ace 10 of hearts there, James. Not too much thought required. Monstrous equity on the flop
I was
there.
joking, half joking earlier on about the fact that Toby Stone wouldn't stand for this. I do think, though, and again, it's very difficult to do this retrospectively, right? Because this was several hours ago. I do think that the way this guy is behaving, the TD should have a word. If you do not want to play on a live stream table, don't play this tournament.
I mean, in an ideal world, you'd be on this table as much as possible, all the way down to that FT, that sweet, sweet money.
Yeah. No, it's bad.
Bagal lang. Lalo pa, short stack pa ako.
It's getting worse because the players are getting busted. So we're never going to get going. There's no momentum.
Again, trying to keep the tables balanced, trying to make sure we've got the requisite number of players at the feature table before dealing the next hand.
That was a really that was an easy gamble because I really thought I knew it was a flip and I was like, fuck it. Yeah. If I lose a flip, I can just go to another fucking.
Mahirap lisod man sa diduog TV table, di ko makatarong og duwa. Tiyan mo, 40 minutes pila pa kahan na tong duwa.
Call a track.
Just looking for a little balance here. Get me more players. Fetch us more players, please.
Can I pee? Can I pee? Can I bring food? What? Think about it.
So chip
And here's
stacks
a look.
of the players we are watching right now. And interestingly, Mr. Jung is actually the table chip leader with 209K. The other big stack at the table being Marco Espella. Kim Enriquez is the shortest stack right now with 55K. And yeah, they are just six-handed, so understandably do want the tournament staff to make sure that the 2 vacant seats at the table, at least one of those seats, is filled. A reminder that there is another day one flight still to be played, or maybe it's actually being played concurrently, Nick, and that is day 1D, the turbo flight, with all the survivors then coming back for tomorrow, when anyone who bagged from 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D takes their seats for day 2. We are going to make the money tomorrow. We'll have world-famous bubble coverage, probably early on. A reminder that we'll be on air at 5 p.m. Central European summertime, and I reckon it'll be in the first couple of levels that we see that bubble burst. And then the objective, the ambition, is to get down to the final table. Might not happen if the field is quite big. We know that there are more than 1,000 runners in the tournament. We have exceeded the guarantee for this main event. So it may be that we come back for the final day with 2 tables. But as we were discussing earlier on, Nick, I don't think that's a problem. With 60-minute levels, I think you can still get this done on Monday, coming back with between 10 and 16 players.
Yeah, and one thing I would add as well, James, is that I know we do a lot of chopping and changing with, time zones, and previously we've sort of pre-recorded sessions and then played them back at a different time and whatever. We're obviously handling the thing differently for this event specifically, but we've never struggled to sort of get the job done, as it were. I think the tournament structures and the tournament staff and the TDs do a really good job of making sure that we're getting to where we need to be at every stage. Having said that as well, James, I know we've been talking about the structure that we see here in Manila being very close to a PokerStars Open. A lot of thought is gone into those events and the way that those play out, and the pace of play and the speed at which we're going to eliminate players. And as a result, naturally, we are probably going to play pretty closely to the same sort of pacing that you'd expect from one of those.
I do think, by the way, the players are justified in being slightly aggrieved by the situation right now. I do think, and I don't like to criticize the tournament staff because for the most part, they do an excellent job, but they are taking a little bit too long to get players moved, to get these tables balanced. I don't think the clock is being paused during this time, so the players are losing time off the clock. It would be good if they could just manage the tournament a little bit quicker. But again, it's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, correct. And just looking, guys, just for your reference, because I know it's a bit jarring with the time differences. If I'm not mistaken, we're looking at around 9:45 Manila time, I believe, 9:45 p.m. if I'm not completely mistaken. So it's still relatively early in the evening. James, correct me if I'm wrong. That's my raw guess. Maybe around close to 10, perhaps.
Yeah, it's coming up on 10 p.m. local time where we're at right now in the tournament.
So it's still relatively early, but obviously poker to be played.
Exactly. I mean, we've got the tail end of this level to play and then 2 more levels.
I played here since yesterday. I spent 5 hours on this table.
Oh, that was at least that was final table, so it was equal. But they're all playing.
Oh, Chase Kokialong's back at the feature table.
What's up, Chase?
Super high roller Bubble Boy, who was at our previous feature table, is now back on the main stage.
Until the final level, probably. Huh? 10 more hands. So I played here for 5 levels now. We're gonna play for 5 levels. Fuck.
Oh.
So annoying.
Clocks are down.
Kim Enriquez with the sailboats, pocket 4s.
Shocking, even when the sun's out.
Welcome to the table, Chase. Do you want to defend 6-5 in the big? Just to clarify, Stefan, we're not saying it's 10 p.m. right now. We're saying that when this was played, it was 10 p.m. We are on a pretty long delay. This is being streamed initially on a 6-hour delay, and then because we remove the tournament breaks, that delay reduces. But we deliberately delay it so that we can broadcast at a time of day when we can hopefully hit the maximum audience we can in Europe and North America. Let's be honest, that's why we're doing an English language stream of this event. So it makes sense to stream it as live, stream it for the first time, but crucially, it is time shifted for your convenience. And that set of 4s is still good.
Yeah, it's now a boat as well. The commentary is live, Lazarus. Yes, that's correct. We are in real time with you guys, but that's why I was having to draw from my notes here, guys. I was trying to give you a sort of sense of the time it was when this was live, with the time shift and with the time zones different. And it went check on the flop, guys. So 6-5 definitely feeling a little bit confused.
Yeah.
You know, your opponent's not going to have a club flush here very often that they don't want to bet on the flop. Your opponent's probably not going to have a 10 that they don't bet on the flop quite often, or that often. They can still value bet 6s and 7s and 8s and 9s. They can still have some sneaky checks on the flop as well. But I can see Chase, you know, leveling himself into a call here once in a while for sure. Does make the correct fold on this occasion.
Button on 6-6. Button stays at on 6-6. 6-8 is the small blind.
We have one more player.
Are we raising the blinds is the question. Have we already hit level 14?
He's waiting.
Hey, Lab,
I mean, is this fucking fair, really?
am I dealing or what? How about
Big blind na papapuin.
And we have got a new player coming to the table.
Sir, can I? How's your chip count?
Kill me. Four, kill me. Kill me.
100,000, exactly 100,000.
Oh.
These are the kind of delays which I understand annoy the players, and I'm not unsympathetic.
Yes, completely.
I think Jung's being a little bit overdramatic. Spoiler alert, reality star being dramatic. But stuff like the chip should be counted before he comes to the table. It's basic stuff.
Yeah, it's also a subject. It's also because it was stoppy starty because there was loads of eliminations, right? But if you're the one raking a ginormous pot where you turned where you flopped a straight flush draw or a royal flush draw or whatever it was, you know, a little bit more patience given the fact that you just stacked a guy for a billion chips.
1, 2, 3, and 4 fold. 6, 5 fold.
If it wasn't for the eliminations, this would have not been nearly as stoppy starty.
6, 6 to 5,000.
Whatever frustrations Jung may have, some of them may be justified, some of them may be less so. I do not want to see him take it out on the dealer.
Blinds are up. 1, 5.
Yeah, never the dealer's fault. Whoa! Very rarely the dealer's fault.
The things that he's annoyed about, Nick, are things beyond the dealer's control. She is taking instructions from the production team. She is taking instructions from the tournament staff, and she is doing her job.
Amen.
Kirk, is that the same bullet when I saw you earlier with them? Nice.
I was unstoppable. Well, now I'm very stoppable.
So here's a guaranteed way you can make yourself the villain at the poker table and ensure that everyone else at the table thinks you're a dick and turn the entire live stream audience against you. Abuse the dealer. It is a shortcut for being an absolute a-hole.
You mean the pitch?
Stephen Moon first to act here.
I think they're okay because they took everyone's phones and shit like that. So
King 10 of clubs.
Okay. It's a pretty hand.
30,
suited Broadway.
33 big blinds. 34 big blinds.
No,
What do you do? This is
pushed me into a corner. And
Oh my god. Weirdest TV table ever.
Looks like raise call. Wow. Stephen Moon is not going to be pleased when he sees what is occurring. Oh, never mind. The reverse. Sungmook Jung is now thinking he has the Omega nuts, and we can see it is boat over boat. Check flop. Potentially could have been a bigger pot by now as well. But on this occasion, it is Moon playing it very cautiously, not realizing how strong Sungmook Jung in fact is here.
Oh my God, when Jung loses this hand, he's going to explode.
I mean, especially when there's no bet on the flop, Sungmook Jung is thinking he definitely has the nuts here. He's feeling like he is over the moon. And look at the Hollywood coming for Moon right now. Over the moon. I didn't even mean to do that.
This is great. 101K behind, 29K bet. You can comfortably just shove here.
Oh my gosh, the Hollywood. Oh dear, oh dear.
He did say he's getting a bit old and he has to take his time. All in and a call, and that is a huge pot and a huge double up for Stephen Moon.
Wow. That's really unlucky for Jung.
That's the luck you need. A little bit of luck. That on camera.
We got it on camera, buddy. Don't worry.
Stephen Moon over the moon as he turns a boat versus boat. That is a real cooler.
If he keeps making full houses, we'll have to call him Full Moon. I mean, Jung has literally got his arm up as a shield. I don't want to look at this guy. I don't want to talk to this guy.
Yeah, body language saying a lot there. A little bit more quiet at the table now after that encounter. Those two were pretty chummy a moment ago, but understandably after a cooler like that, I think I understand that Tens is feeling very frustrated. It's so hard to lose there. You basically just always win. It's very, very, very hard not to have the best hand there, especially given the way the hand played on the flop.
We should also compliment Stephen Moon on the amazing acting job he did there. Haven't seen acting that strong since Hollyoaks.
Alfie Moon. I know Alfie Moon wasn't on Hollyoaks, but I was thinking of an actor called Moon who was in a British soap. It really didn't matter, right? Regardless of
Good
the
chat,
Hollywood,
Nick. Love that. Thanks.
He was always good in those.
You're asking, what are the blinds? We are currently playing 1,500, 3,000 with a 3K big blind ante. We've got Ace, King of Hearts here for Ryan Tan.
Beautiful suited ace. Raises to 7,000.
This is the second to last level of the day, by the way. After this, we go to level 15, the last 40-minute level of the day. Stephen Moon with jacks. We could be off to the races. No, Moon just flatting.
Yep, deciding to play it more slow against that under the gun open here. I don't completely hate this. I think 3-bet is a little bit more conventional, but I think the flat is also going to be fine.
Ace high flop. So do you reckon Moon just folds to a c-bet?
I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Let's see if there's any more Alfie Moon acting.
Well, it looks like he's called the c-bet from Tan, and that's going to take us to the turn. It was not check. There was definitely a bet from Tan. There's more than 20K in the middle.
Does pick up equity with that 10 now, potentially giving him the best hand.
Now it goes check, and we get a 5 on the river, so ace is still good. Moon checks. Got to go for value, right?
I think so, James. Obviously, this is a somewhat scary run out, but I'm not really that worried. My opponent has a straight here all that often, especially after they check the river. And yeah, going for a value bet here. Ryan Tan fires 20K. That's actually full pot.
And
takes it down.
Jacks are folded. Let's welcome Sebastian Huber back to the stream. Hello, Seb.
Hey guys, what's up? What did I miss?
A whole lot.
You've missed a lot of waiting for hands to be dealt while tables were balanced, and a lot of complaining from Seung Muk Jung in the one seat about the fact that he's at the feature table.
It sounds like a fun hour. That sounds like a real fun hour.
We also
I
had
imagine
Kings
it's not going to
cracked.
be any different for the next hour. So enjoy.
Thank you, James. We'll see you shortly, buddy. We also had Kings cracked. We also had boat over boat just now. I don't know if you saw that one, Seb, but that was a real sad
Yeah, I
result.
saw the boat over boat. I think how many blinds went in until the river? I think 2 or 3 or something like that.
Yeah, it's a spot where you go.
Trap.
How do I
trap.
stack this guy? How do I stack this guy? And it just turns out the deck was trapping the 10s all
Yeah.
along for you. But yeah, pretty crazy.
It's amazing. I saw the King's hand too. It was a kind of with the small free bet. I think the sizing was still fine because his stack wasn't that big. But yeah, interesting hands. Lots of table balancing, as you said. Yeah, let's see how this hour goes. I'm excited. Last couple of levels, everybody wants to make day 2. I think if they bust now, they can't re-enter the late flight either. So this is their last chance.
That's right. We are going to be taking players to day 2 very, very shortly, guys. We have this level and I believe one more after this to cover on our broadcast day. We should have some proper numbers for you guys coming up pretty shortly as well. Don't forget, we will have the full player pool listings. We'll start to get an idea about where the bubble will be, when the bubble will burst. And then you guys can start to follow along with the sweat as we get closer to the money.
I'm kidding, bro.
So limp and c-bet. No, it can't be. The pot is too big. Should be a raise and a c-bet, right?
Yeah, I missed the pre-flop here. If any of the chat pros want to help us out, I think it might have.
Ooh,
it must have been. It must have been steal c-bet. I think Queen Jack finding a raise is very spicy indeed.
I feel like I really like those kind of raises because the ranges are so wide and so many people feel so uncomfortable with medium strength hands, and you have so much fold equity. Obviously, it's so easy to overdo it, but yeah, I like him. Cole works a lot.
Yeah, and I, as you say, Seb, it's very easy to overdo it, and then once people recognize you are going a bit too crazy in that spot, it can be easy to counter. But then again, if you're good at identifying the kinds of flops where you can get away with it very aggressively, a lot of the flops that you target, it doesn't really matter if you believe them or not. You just can't continue in so many cases if you're over c
Yeah,
betting, right?
exactly.
So, you know, very, very cool to see. A nice little move there, very successful. Kim Enriquez is gonna start with a raise again.
Button needs to decide what to do with the ace-10 off. Definitely a couple of right answers. You can call. So blinds are 3K, right? Fold seems very tight. I think jam might be pretty okay. Call is pretty okay. Free bet fold could be good.
Marcus in the big blind has a pretty hand. Diamonds are covered. And it is 7-8, ace, 3 clubs. Now, Carlo, I'm assuming, is going to probably be checked to here. Does decide to check as well. I do think probably just betting this board small like 100% of the time is going to be very successful. Seb, I don't know.
The thing is, you're not
it's
going to win the hand if you check.
Yeah.
At least I think you're not going to win the hand if you check. I think c-bet small.
I definitely don't think checking is like the worst thing in the world, but I think if you just bet a few big blinds or maybe just one big blind on this flop, you're going to do very well and you're going to win this pot a lot of the time.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I think the flop is definitely checked more often than most people think. But with that exact hand, what options do you have? You need to somehow, if you check, you pretty much say, nothing, a little showdown. It's pretty easy for the big blind to attack you. So just a small bet and you take it down. And you're not worried too much if you get raised here either. You're just going to fold. You're not throwing any equity away. It's just, I think, very straightforward to play.
You host the game. Oh, that's but now no more. You used to. I used to because like.
I'm quite interested to see if people are play a bit tighter now because we are going close to the money. Obviously, the money won't be reached today. It will be tomorrow at some point. But let's see how everybody's reacting.
3 years ago, like, there were 4 Koreans, Sean's friends. They lost a total of like, close to 2 million.
7-5 suited on the button. Beautiful hand.
4 guys?
If we're deep enough, I would just raise it up.
Young P, you know Young P? Young P lost the most.
It's a very tricky one here with the ace-10 suited. You don't want to free bet fold. It's way too much to get it in. I don't mind free betting. I don't mind calling.
Yeah, Marco does have a nice hand to peel here as well once we see the raise call. And hoping to get lucky. Has a pretty good price to try and peel and see if you can flop a straight plus. 2 pair plus usually enough.
Oh, that's a crazy flop.
Flopping a flush is also cool.
Small c-bet from the 7-5. I think that's similar to the concept before. You can just try. Obviously, against 2 players, it might be just the smartest move to give up because it's so much more likely somebody has just a pair or even better. And now it's getting not tricky, but now you need to decide how you want to play your hand. And I think with the 6-4 suited, you want to raise directly.
Yeah, I think you gotta check raise here.
You gotta get some money in.
Yeah. I mean, if you're not check raising this combo, then I mean, are you ever check raising this board, right? It's a hand as well that's so nice because you know that you're going to have the best hand with the clubs almost always, and there's still a lot of 1 club hands that won't want to fold yet.
Snap fold by the ace-10.
Wow, does it right too? Good fold.
Yeah, I don't blame him too much. I always like it when people think at least about spots like that. You obviously don't know what he thinks about his opponent, but pretty cool to find a fold there. If you face a check raise, you can, as we said before, both ways. You can overdo it massively. You can just check raise 1 club gut shot type of thing, some weird bottom pairs, obviously top pairs, flush flush draws and stuff like that. So you could be easily ahead with the ace 10, but he finds the very good fold for him.
Correct. Lazarus Project is asking about the RFID. No, it's only on the feature, of course. It's only just on this one table where we have the RFID and, of course, all of the safeguards and game integrity requirements in order to protect the integrity of the game while we are playing and streaming. First of all, it would just be way too much effort to RFID everything for the most part, at least with the current technology that we're using. And second of all, if we're only going to broadcast one table, then it only makes sense to RFID one at a time and handle all that goes with that. Another spot here, Seb, 3-heart board, the monotone board.
Yeah.
Marco betting with the actual made hand, though.
Probably totally fine how he played it. It's so funny. Every time I do commentary on live poker, I instantly get the feeling, man, I miss live poker so much. I want to go out straight away and play some tournaments.
Yeah, especially watching this event with so much, so many unknowns and so many interesting styles of poker, shall we say?
Ran great, not good. Ran great.
Yeah, it makes you hungry to play.
And I doubled up. That's cool. Yeah. So
free roll for the tournament.
Yeah, and then they invited me to play the bigger game because there's 2 tables. The next day, I said, I'm tired.
Ran away. Hit and go.
Away.
Hit and run.
Hit and run.
That's what we do.
Then it's suited. You got to be a bit more careful now. Open raising here off a 30 big blind stack. You can't go crazy anymore under the gun. And another thing that's very important, there's one player missing. So you have less players on the table. As long as he's not in his seat. Definitely can open raise a bit wider. Cutoff, open raises. The A7 is the spraggy, Nick, right? I'm always messing it up.
A7 offsuit is the spraggy, yes. And he's clearly not realized he's made a grave error by raising this hand.
The good old Sun a Million spraggy times.
See?
The good thing, it's not that easy to lose your stack on the board like that. You definitely lose a little, but again, Marcus needs to think about his range now, what he wants to do here. He has a lot of ace-x, he has a lot of king-x, he has a lot of garbage, but I think it's still fine to bet here. And his opponent sitting there with the nuts.
This is a fairly standard sort of 1/4 pot continuation bet.
I think Marcus has to aim for 2 streets of value here, if even. So it's interesting to think about what he could get value from. Obviously, there are some draws. He might get some extra value. There are lots of better hands in his opponent's range there too. And Marco needs to figure out the same. How much can he charge an ace here? I think he basically attacks some ace-x and some draws. Mainly ace-x. It's quite a small bet, so he will definitely get another call here, and then we go to a river.
But it's nice, man. If you just mix vacation with a game, I brought my whole family. Montenegro is great.
It used to be Vietnam.
It's kind of weird with the ace-7 because you can still easily lose to ace-8 suited, ace-10 offsuit, something like that.
Yeah, well spotted there, Seb. You're absolutely right.
It's really weird. So I think you can easily fold that against a big bet on the river, and I think we will see.
I think you're supposed to bet big here. Yeah.
Yeah.
That looks like a lot of chips.
We keep meeting on the cash table, don't we? We keep meeting on the cash table somewhere. In Resorts World, is it?
Probably around 44k into 54.
Kevin's not going to Bahamas this year.
It is a big bet indeed, and for me, it feels like an easy fold. Obviously, if you know the cards and if you know everything, it's so easy to say. The question is, the main question you need to ask yourself here: is my opponent capable of bluffing, and what hands does he want to bluff with? Does he really want to bluff with all the queen jack, jack tens, missed diamonds? Is he turning, if he calls there with pocket nines, is he turning this one into a bluff on the river? And especially he needs to bet the turn as well, as he did. So with those kind of actions he did on the turn, it's not easy to find lots of bluffs besides, he finds the call.
He does call. Shows him the bad news. I'm with you, Seb. Like, when, especially if you remember the action went raise, cut off, call button, right? So your opponent will have jack 10. They will have queen jack. They will have, king X, of course, king jack being a good example of that. King jack suited. But as you say, could still be missed diamonds as well. It's a tough one.
You can call a lot of suited king X there. So
I think maybe if we have a better kicker, we have fewer problems, right? If we're thinking, what if this guy is value betting ace 10 when we have ace jack or whatever? But on this occasion, got it wrong, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's never easy. I always feel like super nice to see the cards, and when I'm back playing on my own, I feel like, oh man, looks easy on stream. Anyway, we move on.
Yeah, I think this is just further proof. Me and you, Seb, we got to be out there, Manila, this time next year.
I would love to do that. As we said yesterday, we only need to survive the flights and probably at a holiday or something.
I mean, it's a good thing neither of us have any kids and we can just roam free all over planet Earth, right?
Yeah. That's exactly true. I need to bring my whole family with me. I'm going to tell them right after. Hey guys, I have a great idea. What do you think to fly to Manila next year?
Just say, hey guys, I had a great idea and I went and did it. I just didn't tell you about it.
It's the best spot for family holiday and some lovely poker for me.
Sounds good. That's a good deal. That's a good bargain. Lazarus Project is asking how many of the guys here will be heading straight to Barcelona. I would say a fair amount. We do have a substantial crossover, Lazarus, but obviously, as you would imagine, Manila being very far away from Europe and Barcelona included in that sort of classification, of course. We have lots of players that will play both. But one of the cool things about Manila is we get to see a lot of the Asian players that perhaps don't travel that far for events, which is why coming here is so special. I would, if I had to hazard a guess, I would say 15 or 20% would probably be heading.
Guess. You really think 20% are heading to Barca 20 hours?
It's a Barcelona, lot, baby. It's a big trip. It's a big stop. And there's a lot of poker.
It would have.
Oh, whoa! 1 second. Hold the horses, please. Ryan Tan with the Cowboys +1, but on the button.
Oh no.
Kalingasan is going to 3-bet those aces.
How much?
Small 3-bet too. Oh my goodness. 18,000 to go.
Sorry, bro.
It's actually interesting. What are you gonna do here?
I mean, when he 3-bets this small, you have to 4-bet, right? I mean, you need to get more chips in the middle. If he makes it 21,000 to go, it's a lot trickier, right? Because SPR changes pretty considerably.
I'm definitely in the boat of 4-betting here. Small, out of position kings. You want to get max from queens, jacks, ace, king. I don't think that's a good spot to trap here. I think you just want to get it in. And unfortunately for him, he runs into aces. And now in aces shoes, what are you doing? 50K He's never folding, right?
Yeah, we're just getting the chips in here, and we're gonna
There's
cry.
there's no way to
Yeah.
that he makes it 50 and fold. So get it in. Let's go.
Yeah, and
run it.
this is a reasonable amount of Hollywood, by the way. I actually think Carlo looks fine. He looks like he's making a decision, but
I think he knows what's going on.
yeah, Filipino on Filipino violence, by the way.
All happening here, isn't it?
Yeah, you're not gonna do anything. I can't even remember my last aces versus kings in a live tournament. I think I had aces against the kings, but the other way it didn't happen yet. So hopefully not in Barca. But let's see.
All right, let's see. 8, 8, 10. So far, so good for the kings. For the aces, excuse me. I was thinking about the last time I got dealt kings, in fact. All right, on the turn.
Funny if you jinxed it.
Ooh,
Okay.
6 of diamonds. No improvement. Needs to be one of 2 remaining outs. That's about 4, 5, 6% equity. 7 of diamonds, so no good. I believe, however, it is
stays alive.
Ryan 10, yeah, with around 26,000 chips. And what a nice setup here. Late in the day, we got about 2 more levels of our broadcast today. And of course, a lot of these guys will be bagging and heading to day 2 tomorrow. Keep running aces into kings, and you usually will go far.
Yeah, so sad that this setup is happening not often in your favor.
Yeah, and I think also it's fair to say that Ryan was playing a very strong game until that point. Just one of those cold decks, one of those stupid hands in Hold'em that you just can't really get away from. And that's just part of the game.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because normally people are getting really annoyed when they run into setups like that. But as you said, it's for me personally, I try to be as calm as possible here because there is no way you're not going to get it in. Everybody runs aces versus kings. It is what it is, you know?
I actually find that very comforting as well. A lot of people will say like, oh, wasn't that a frustrating outcome? The bigger, the cooler, like the sicker, the cooler, the less I feel really bad about it because I know that if the roles are reversed, we get exactly the same. So you just need to play another 100,000 hands and you'll probably have the same amount of those cold decks as your opponents will. So it doesn't become a huge like blunder, right? It doesn't become a massive issue. You should be more frustrated when you make a huge mistake with the mediocre hands, right? You should be more upset when you make a big call in the river and you get it wrong and they have the nuts where you just completely misread the situation. Those ones will just come and go. They're going to happen to everyone, and it's just gonna flow back and forth. Usually, at the same frequency.
Now he survived this with 26K. If he played well before and saved a couple of bets here and there, he has now the chance to come back. So that's very important.
Yeah. That's also a great mindset, Seb, as well. If you work super hard and you grind your ass off and then you get a big cold deck like that, had you not have put in the work before, if you hadn't been playing well prior to that, you'd just be out. You have no more life, right? You're dead in the tournament.
Yeah.
But, just buying yourself more lives for cold decks is definitely a thing in tournament Hold'em, tournament poker in general.
So MP open races with the ace-7 suited. We have a clear free bet from the ace-queen off. And with those early positions, I think it's quite, especially he's out of position with the ace-7, you should be quite tight here. You shouldn't call too loose. It's not easy to play your hand. So many ace-X are dominated. Your 7 is pretty much irrelevant. You're losing to overpairs a lot too. So just let it go here.
Yeah, as you say, so Seb, +2 versus cutoff is very different than if this was, cutoff versus small blind or whatever, right? Where we have to start defending a lot more of our suited ace combos. But here is fine. Just a fold, I think.
Yeah, and a nice spot for the ace queen. Nick, do you know if we play the full next level, right? So we
Correct.
are now at 1500 3K, and the last level of the day will be 2K 4K.
I think that's right. Let me just double check.
We'll see. We'll see anyway.
Yes, I believe. Yes, correct. The last blind level will be 2K, 4K. That's it.
Any good hand on the button? No. Blind versus blind battles are lovely. Queen 8 off for 13 and a little.
Yeah, and don't forget the big blind here is the.
Oh yeah, he is even less, right?
Yeah, is a
so
shorter stack now because of that encounter, kings versus aces.
jam it in, baby. I think that's a clear jam, right?
Clear call too.
Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Less than 10 big blinds. This should be easy peasy for both players. Jam is definitely correct. Call is definitely correct. And it's a fair fight. 2 live cards. So 33% equity for the Queen 8 offsuit.
That's the best stories always when people tell me, "Oh, I just lost a flip, Queen 8 versus Ace 9," and I'm going like, "Yeah, okay."
Trey
Okay,
8. Good start for
There
Kim
is
Enriquez.
An 8. I think
Turn.
there haven't been any aces or 9s folded, so he is live. Oh, 1 ace is folded. You can even see it here. I haven't seen it before. You can see there is a dead card.
Don't fucking waste my fucking time. Deal faster.
Jeez, that guy is obnoxious. The all-in triangle is actually in the wrong spot, but GG's very unlucky there. Ryan 10, I think, played a very good game all throughout today. All the hands we saw him play, I think he played very well. Just got unlucky there to run kings into aces. Made the right call with ace 9. Unfortunately, not rewarded. But nice pickup there for Mr. Enriquez.
Was there a floor man on this table, or he just wasn't here yet because of the one guy?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they ended up speaking to him or not. Obviously, difficult to transport ourselves back in time. As we take a look at the new standings, and after that exchange,
new blinds. So we are 2K, 4K, if I'm not wrong. No, it still says 3K.
No, I think that was just a little pause. Yeah, we're still at 15-3.
Okay.
Yeah. I was going to say, after that exchange, we did see Mr. Enriquez chipping up slightly.
Okay. New players. Kings again. All day kings. No hands, though. I think the check 6 is a good fold. I'm calling check 7 off. Folding the check 6. Polar bear.
I haven't played a hand, man.
Do you have a card protector, Nick? Or some funny animal?
I'm sure I have used it, but if I did, it was just a little bit of a meme. It's not something that I religiously do. I'm not very superstitious, Seb. I don't think that's a good habit to get into, feeling superstitious. But I also probably think that every time I have ever used a card protector, it's probably a tell of some kind, which I probably shouldn't be doing. I've got enough tells as it is without having to always put my card protector on the top right corner or whatever.
Yeah, and then you're forgetting it, and you obviously have aces.
Exactly. Yeah,
So
I never
funny.
put my card protector down when I've got aces or whatever.
That's so funny how a poker mind is working. You think about such small details. It's crazy, and I 100% can relate to that. It's so cool.
Yeah.
Oh, did I give him a tell now? Does he know now I have the nuts?
Yeah, I've got enough issues with that as it is. But yep, Seb, you are correct. We have had some players added.
Yeah, looks very professional.
Back to our feature, so it's a full table.
Big blind hits the top pair could check raise. I'm more on the board of check calling against an early position open raise. And now trips. It's going to be tough to get a lot of value here. It's not going to be tough to get a lot of value here. Sorry. Haven't seen the river before. Very unlucky for Chase. He's not losing any chip anymore unless there is a 10 or a king. It's very tricky what size you want to choose. Your opponent has a lot of ace highs. He has a lot of king highs. Yeah, he knows it instantly.
8, 9.
He's a good poker player. He knows it instantly.
What are your bluffs?
It looks like a snap call, but well spotted. Big bet here. It's going to be super tricky to find a fold here because he could basically value bet a worst 10. I don't think he would choose that sizing, but you're never sure. Yeah, he gives him the chips and loses. That's another interesting thing as a poker player. When you feel your gut tells you right away, oh no. And he still makes the opposite decision. But I think it's going to be super standard to call that a river. I think you need to have a very strong read.
Yeah, I think there's also a pitfall there, right, Seb? Like if you're a really experienced player, a lot of times if your gut says, you know, this is a fold, it's almost always a fold, right? Even if your brain is telling you, oh, I need to do this, or, you know, frequencies and, you know, GTO and blah, blah, blah. But then the other issue is you have to try and work out if you feel that way because you just don't like the spot and you've had negative experiences making the right call, or if it's, you know, an actual true instinct that is accurate to reality, if that makes sense, right? A lot of people will say, oh, I hate 4-betting jacks because I always lose with them, so I always just go all in. You know, that's the kind of instinct that you need to rebel against, right?
I love
but
those.
in spots like that where you just know it in your soul, you need to be brave and, you know.
Yeah, I think like that. I think you can break down that spot very well. Yes, there are worse 10x for value, but would he choose that size? I know those are very small details and you need to be very dialed in to figure that one out. And I'm not going to say, I don't want to say that this was a wrong play by the king 10. It's very tough to play excellent poker.
It is very difficult to play even decent poker.
Yeah, that's true. You can see it on my side. It's very tough to play well. Or as he said, decent. Anyway, King 9 versus the 7s. UG versus the big blind. Check, check on the turn. It's a funny hand, the 7s, because if you get a call on that flop, you pretty much have no showdown.
Yeah, you're going to need to hit a 7 to really feel like you have any chance of getting to showdown with the best hand. I mean, the issue you encounter here, Seb, is a lot of times, even if your opponent just has a draw, you know, they're not going to love folding it. And very often a draw with a gut shot or something like that is just too enticing to convince to fold on the turn. As we see here is called, this time it's top pair, though. It's not a draw. It's King 9 of diamonds. I wonder now. Chase is already laughing, so I don't know if he's decided.
He gave up. Yeah.
It's a tricky one too, Seb, as well, because we could be value betting against, you know, a flush draw here that we have beat. So the two barrels, it's a weird feeling to get to showdown and think to yourself, well, I'm beating some flush draws, but I'm not beating much else, you know.
I'm gonna be very honest with you. If you want to go to showdown with 7s, just try to do it on the turn right away. You're just burning 20k extra most of the time, but if you want to bluff, you gotta fire.
You gotta triple. You gotta triple. Yeah. I think there are probably better high card combos. You know, like imagine it's 10 jack queen is a really good one, right? Because you can just say he never has ace king. I can only have ace king. I'm gonna turn 7s into a triple barrel bluff, and I'm gonna overbet jam the river or whatever, right? You know, those are the spots that I think are a bit better. When your opponent can still have ace 10 there, it's a lot more difficult to try and just commit yourself to the triple and really make a go of it.
I agree, buddy. 4-4. Blinds went up. That could be the last level. We don't know, guys, but we are close to the day 2.
We're definitely close to day 2, Seb. You're absolutely right. So 2K, 4K with a 4K big blind ante.
10-6 suited as a big chip leader on the table. You can apply pressure. You're close to the money. People need to be a bit more aware of that. It's so weird if you don't know exactly how many spots are getting paid and you're kind of close to the money. So, yeah. Ace Queen suited. For me, a great one to free bet call for 25. Make it. Do we want to make it 6.5 or 7? Or something in between?
So yeah, I think at this stack
Probably
depth,
7.
I think 7's better, Seb. Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't want to, especially in live poker when people, or at least I feel like people are calling a lot of free bets, probably on the deeper side, but he decides to call and play it post flop.
I really don't like this, Seb. I feel like if we're not 3-betting ace queen of diamonds versus a button open here, we're not 3-betting nearly enough.
Yeah, not even close. Like,
Yeah,
if
it's
you ask a
just
computer,
just in terms of frequencies. I mean, yeah.
You're pretty much saying you're free betting ace king only with, I don't know, checks plus, tens plus.
Yeah, it must be. But now suddenly 10-6 has a fair amount of power because we're kind of playing ace queen defensively. We don't have enough of a hand to raise flop. We're probably winning a lot on the flop. So far so good for the ace queen. If you are going to play it passively, he is, calling twice correctly. Does Marco Espella go a second time?
It's actually interesting that he decides to check twice. He needs to find at one point, I guess you want to bluff the 10-6. I think with the back to clubs, I would have chosen probably flop or turn.
Sorry, did Marco not bet flop? I thought there was a flop bet.
I'm not sure. I might have missed that.
Yeah, it was quite quick. I might have missed the action myself. I thought it went bet call on the flop.
Oh yeah, true. You're right. All good. I totally agree with his line. And now he bluffs ace queen.
Wow. Okay. See, I think if you're going to play ace queen like this, check river and then call the bluff if you want. Like your opponent, unless they hit the jack, you're winning like all the time. Yeah. It's really hard for them to have a hand that you're losing against. Yeah.
I think it's a cool hand.
Yeah. It's really hard to be losing when your opponent bets flop and checks the turn because, sometimes they'll just have a random pair maybe, but for the most part, ace queen is really under-repped here and you've got, what would have been the best hand pre-flop the majority of the time.
I think that's a really good point you're making here. It's so funny kind of to see how you could actually extract more money out of this spot. And Button, as a chip leader, has such a wide range. So he has a ton of hands that you're beating. And getting ace queen doesn't make, I would say, bluffing. What do you try to get off? Like you honestly, you could even that might even work against ace 10 or ace 9. He might even call that.
It might be a good value bet against ace 10, ace 9, ace 8, ace 7 or some hero with an ace for sure. But I think you probably do better just by call 100%. Flop, check turn, and then check river, and then let him try and represent a jack or whatever. I don't know, but I don't know. In general, I think we just need to 3-bet this hand pretty much every time and just inflate the pot. And I mean, get the chips in the middle, right? You've got a monster there.
Yeah, missing out on decent value. But anyway, we're gonna move on. He won the pot. He won the maximum.
I would actually love to know how much equity ace queen suited has against that range, because of course this is a button open, right? It wasn't early position. I reckon ace queen's doing really well against that range because it's so wide.
Yeah, it's pretty much the nuts. There are not many better hands out there.
Amen, brother.
The button has a very nice hand to just call here. Ooh, but now we gotta see a free bet.
I have 9.
19?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's a tell if people are snap asking about the chip count? Like
potentially,
he's checking his card and instantly ask about the chip count from the open raiser. 40?
I think
suspicious.
I think it depends what stack depth you are, right? So if if you're asking and everyone's like, you know, weird, awkward, like 18, 19, 25, 30 big blinds, like I think it's a bit more reasonable because you're just at that point, I think it's a bit more sensitive, right? There's a big difference between a 20 big blind button open and like a 30 big blind open, right?
Sure.
But like if everybody's deeper stacked, I think it can be a tell, right? If you're 100 big blinds deep and you look at your cards, you go, how much you playing? It's like, okay, so you want to play for stacks and we're 100 big blinds deep. It's a lot more telling, I think, under those circumstances.
I would put way too much attention to that detail now. I would be just, that was aces.
I mean, or just be a fish like me and be bad at math and always ask how much people have every single hand because you just don't know.
I feel like you get a great feeling if somebody does that. There are some people asking constantly about counts, and I don't think that's a bad idea. I think that's pretty good because it's so tough to keep track on stack sizes on live poker tables.
Yeah.
So
I was because I'm a nerd, I actually looked it up. In that spot, 25 big blinds effective, but button versus big blind. Ace Queen suited has something like 4.87 big blinds worth of EV. Against that range, and again, assuming you play the strategy suggested, which of course is 3-bet or shove, and that's and you know that might not sound like a lot, but when you guys study these spots, you realize that is absolutely ginormous. That's huge. You know, remember the effective stack is 25 big blinds, and Ace Queen suited should be winning something like 5 big blinds. So it's really really huge, and you got to be playing that one more aggressively, I think.
It's going to be interesting here. Queen Jack offsuit, open races in the hijack. Cutoff finds Ace Queen suited, 3-bets. And now we're sitting on the button with, what is this? Man. 38 blinds. You got to fold, I guess.
Sorry, Seb, what was the action there? It went raise 3-bets. So hijack. Okay, sorry. Hijack open, Ace Queen suited 3-bet. Yeah, the 8s fold. Fair enough.
Yeah, the button had pocket 8s. Such a silly spot. You can't do anything.
Yeah, if you really thought Ishmael was like an absolute 3-bet like maniac, you could maybe just push the 8s in, but it feels pretty bad even then.
So you mean if he's from Brazil?
Right. Sorry. Yeah. You have to, instead of asking how many chips he has, you start with how many chips do you have? You look at your cards, you say, how many chips do you have? And then ask him where he's from. And if he says Brazil, get the chips in the middle.
Sometimes that happens on a table, on a live poker table. I think that's so amusing. I love that if people are asking where
I've done that on stream. I've done that on stream for sure. Just like, you know, okay, this is a close spot. Where are they from? Greece. Okay, boom, call. Send it.
Yeah, sure, on stream, but it's not as awkward, right? You just hover the mouse over the player.
It's less awkward than online. You can just hover, but live you have to go like. You start with "Hey, bom dia," and when they respond in Portuguese, you know you're golden.
And you can't use your phone either, so you can't look it up in the live app. Oh, sir, what are you doing with your phone during a hand? Oh, sorry, I need to look up my opponent. I'm sorry.
Start with "Obrigada." Okay, I call. Send it.
Oh man, it's amazing.
All right, call in the small blind for Sungmuk Jung, Stephen Moon in the big blind. I believe that was King 7. Yep, King 7 offsuit.
Saan ka na? Every hand. Nagturbo ka?
Yeah, I think it's, especially against Moon, it's a very, very good raise. I think you can get away with raising any 2 in that spot, as silly as it sounds.
Yeah, those ranges are funny. I mean, I think those are the ones that really freak people out as well because the frequencies are all over the place. Looks like an abstract painting, right? Because you're supposed to probably raise loads of trashy hands some of the time, loads of really strong hands some of the time. Like all your strong stuff goes into a raise, all your weak stuff goes into a raise, and then everything else is all scattered. You can really just do whatever, right? That's the computer saying you're supposed to do all of it. Just make it look good. Don't do too much of the same thing too much. That's it. That's the only advice the computer can really give you there is always go broke with aces. Yes. raise some trash a little bit. Do that. Yeah, raise some good hands. It's wild. Blind v blind is just honestly made up poker.
And I think it sometimes even gets wilder when your opponent overfolds the big blind or is just way too loose.
Yeah.
So it can go crazy into any sort of direction. I love it. Anyway, we have a limp from Moon into kind of a short big blind. What do you think about that? Ace-9 suited against a 15 big blind stack. Sorry.
What was the action pre-flop, Seb? Sorry.
Limp from Moon and check from Kim.
Yeah, I think.
What would you do?
I think you can go either way. I think if you're playing technically, you're supposed to limp, call a shove, or you're supposed to raise, call a shove. It's a hand you go broke with pretty much every time. Ace-9 suited. I think against Enriquez, and because we are coming up towards the end of the day, the steal probably outperforms quite a lot, right? I mean, limping is fine as well. Definitely not a mistake. But I wouldn't be surprised if Ace-9, as we get closer to the break, is better.
These motherfuckers.
This guy's crazy, dude.
Kings only.
This is like Kings only.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to hear from you. You can go either way. Just don't lose the hand post flop with checking it down.
Just make sure that you win the hand. But no, like I said, I think the limp is totally fine. I wouldn't be surprised if limp and raise both have the similar EV, if not the same. I would be interested to see what that looks like under ICM though as well. I might take a look at that for just a second.
Yeah, you're right.
I think I've actually I've got that exact one here. Let me take a look. Okay, actually, it turns out under ICM, Ace-9 suited does a little bit better as a limp, but it's so close it really doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah. Definitely not a shove. I think the shove is way too much. I think you want to trap a hand that strong. But the difference between raise or call is 0.01 big blinds. So it's really pretty sweet. I'm assuming if you limp and they shove, you call though, of course. Yeah, of course. Beautiful.
Is Young not happy that he plays this 1.3K and is quite close to the money?
No, he's not happy about the feature table, it would seem. He thinks it's too slow. He's probably a lot less happy after he went boat over boat. Before that, he was unhappy about the situation on the feature table, but he was, at least he had the chips to cry into.
That's what I don't mind. Ace check off, just jamming for 12, 13 blinds, blind versus blind.
No, you definitely want to shove this one. These are spots I think people get really too trappy with, right? The big blind is not incentivized to make weird moves against you when you're this shallow, and it looks super suspicious that you're limping in the first place, right? So I think the shove here is perfectly fine. I wouldn't be surprised if at that stack depth, even the suited ace jack probably wants to do a lot of shoving as well. It might be that we're supposed to technically min raise some of those hands as well or whatever. This close to the bubble, I would be surprised if it's not all just jam, jam, jam.
Yeah, especially with the min raise, it's getting tricky if you don't know what are you doing.
Yeah.
Anyway, UG has a beautiful hand. Oh my god! I just wanted to say if somebody behind has a big hand too, it's getting crazy. And Chase just snap calls the kings. And now we have a guy with 10-9 suited. I think it's the wrong hand to squeeze here, but yeah, good fold, good fold. Just snap call kings.
What is it? Sorry. 9,000. Totally forgot what cards I have. Sorry, not concentrating very well.
Yeah, 4 deuced. Goes out of the way. If anyone is squeezing. Small blind has a hand? No, hasn't got a hand. If big blind is deep. Yeah, he could peel the jack 4 suited. It's probably not the best hand. The jack is blocked a lot. The flushes could be covered. I prefer something like 5-6 suited, 6-7 off suited or something like that. I don't mind the fold at all, even though it's suited. But yeah, if there is, there won't be too much flops they're gonna collide. Yeah,
whoa.
If there's an ace, the kings struggle.
Oh, Chase.
Chase
Not the flop,
actually
buddy.
saved himself. If he free bets kings, he is out.
Oh wow.
Okay, that's another one.
No,
So
no.
it goes check on the flop. I really don't mind the check from the ace king too much. I think you can go either way. It doesn't matter. But
Yeah, I
and
agree.
another snap call.
Yeah, the snap is interesting there as well because that should come into consideration when your opponent sees you snap call there and they still bet river. I think it becomes very difficult for them to have random bluffs.
The thing is, Nick,
let's say that Chase just for whatever reason has like 6-7 of clubs here, which probably won't. It's when your opponent snap calls you on this board, I don't think you're going to get some heroic bluff going anymore.
the most interesting thing is what do we want to bet on the river? So the opponent has queen x. Apparently, he's flatting kings. He has not a lot of ace-x, I would say. Definitely checking back some, but definitely betting some. So it's actually quite an interesting decision on the river. And I think the sizing is pretty cool because he's not too greedy. That's what I wanted to say. I think going too greedy is just a bit too much. And if you get some more calls from some queen x, it's just amazing. King queen suited, queen jack suited, are definitely two combos that could be in there.
I want to see Young's reaction. He was complaining that everyone's always playing with really good cards, and when he realizes that it went open ace king flat with kings +1, I don't see how he's going to fold, to be honest, Seb. But I do think that I would really struggle to give Chase a queen here. I don't think Chase is going to value bet a queen here as aggressively. There you go. What's the reaction?
He folded.
Good fold.
Pretty good. Yeah.
No, like I said, it's so hard to fold kings, but I don't think that that's a bluff very often, mate, and I don't think it's a queen that's value betting either. So
early
starts to look like
positions
an ace. Yeah,
each other. It's I think it's a really good fold. I think it's very easy.
King queen once in a while. It might be king queen once in a while, but also, how can he have king queen if you have kings? That's impossible too. So,
And I think people are more on the block bet side if they have something like a queen, queen check suited.
True.
Yeah.
If anybody else had the kings, you take it all.
But yeah, Chase saved himself another life here. He should have been out.
Happened to me yesterday too. Same dealer. In bubble time of the Super Hero.
So Young, I would say Young is not the player who's playing too tight here now. He definitely gets in the mix. I like the raise with the king six suited, especially against the opponents. The only downside you have here, you have a lot of reshoving stacks here, but therefore I think the combo he chose is pretty good, blocking some good king x there.
Looks like it's working so far. It does take it down.
Get it up. How to win this game?
I don't know. Yeah, just make me fucking day two.
I always get 3 hours. Crazy. Yeah, crazy. Yesterday, Stone Bubble was another 3 hours violation.
And there's a look at the chip counts for now. Marcus Garberg at the bottom, 47,500. Espella up top, current feature table chip leader.
I would be very curious what the chip leader has on day two, on the start of day two.
But I'm not a net.
I'm sure we'll get some great factual information prior to our start tomorrow. By the way, guys, don't forget tomorrow's stream will kick off at 4 p.m. UK, 5 p.m. CEST, back here on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Wherever you're watching right now is where it's going to happen again, and it will be around 5 p.m. Central European Standard Time. Central European Summer Time, excuse me, not Standard Time.
I would have loved to see a check have flop here, but you're not going to see the crazy part. Snap And call. Here we go. Big river. Heart. Queen. Could be the end of Young, but it's not. He is safe. Check, check, flop. So he can go quite greedy here in the river. He's not.
He finally won. Speaking of winners, I'd like to welcome back Mr. James Hardigan to the mix. How you doing, James?
Not sure what I'm winning at, but I'll take it. Thank you very much, Nicholas. Appreciate it. And Seb, I have a question for you. I think I know the answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Has Seungmook Jung been behaving himself?
I don't know if I can say pretty well. I guess not as well. But on the other hand, I think we haven't heard everything he said, so it was, not great, but not okay. It's in the middle, I would say.
In the middle, okay. That was a very, very diplomatic, very politically worded answer to the question, Seb. I do appreciate that.
I don't want to blame it too much. I always like people when they go when they're a little loud on the table. There are some words I don't want to hear on stream, to be honest. But normally there should be a floor man coming in and
I'm surprised.
Yeah,
there's a couple of times, and this was earlier on. I said I don't know what he's been like for the last 60 minutes, but a couple of times where I felt the line was crossed, where I think the floor should have basically just had a word. But for the most part, it looks like these guys are having fun. So let them enjoy the final few minutes of the final level of day one of the APPT Manila main event. The survivors at the end of this session return for tomorrow, combining with the survivors from the other day one flight. So when we start the broadcast tomorrow, we will have the confirmed field size. We'll know how many players remain. We'll know how many are going to make the money. We'll know the prize pool. All of that info will be out there. We're looking forward to world-famous bubble coverage as we play into the money and, crucially, play down to, we talked about this earlier, Seb, trying to get down to the final table, even if we don't actually make it to 9.
Yeah, it's gonna be. I think they're gonna be more than 200 players left. So with the bubble, that will take ages. But anyway, it's gonna be fun. I love bubbles. I love tournaments that going down to the final table. So that's gonna be interesting to watch. And yeah, now people need to. Oh, that's a nice free bet actually. King 9 chase. He decides to free bet the King 9 offsuit over the kings. And he was right in both cases. Very, very well done. Those free bets work very well against the chip leaders. Chip leaders try to open raise everything. I'm very curious as well if you play a certain amount of hands at the end of this level, or we just fire through the level.
Don't know whether you heard that on the PA system, Seb, but the clock has been paused and they're going to play 5 more hands at each table. This is standard to avoid stalling. People trying to avoid the blinds on the last few hands of the day. So 5 hands to play at every table, and then day one will be in the book. So we really are at the end of the session now.
Yeah, now it's very important to... It's a bit weird because nobody of the players know how far they actually are off the money. So they need to... A more experienced player will obviously know if they look it up in the app how close they are.
Yeah,
but it's gonna be very. They need to be very careful not to blast it off if they are really close to the money.
Yeah, so we've got prompts in the live chat on YouTube and on Twitch reminding you guys when the stream starts tomorrow, when we kick off our day 2 coverage. I would say try and be there early doors because I don't think it's going to be too long until the tournament goes hand for hand and we hit that bubble. Broadcast starts. I'll give it to you in 3 different time zones. 4 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. Central European Summer Time, which is 11 a.m. Eastern Time.
Just for you guys know that. I'm not violent or something like
It's just for the TV.
It's just for the TV.
Yeah.
Like no one's gonna watch this table. Like if I say nothing, I'm like a host. I'm the host for this fucking.
We got like probably like 4 viewers in this fucking show right here. Yeah.
I show everything, and I'm from
Team Pro.
Netflix. Like, what do you guys like?
That's true, right? You do have your own show.
Big shot, so I'm not violent.
Metro Kart Club Team Pro.
5 after this, yeah. So
He's playing well though. He definitely earned his badge.
no, his button's last.
Oh, here we go. The blind versus blind. Friends against each other. I think Young realizes it that he can raise any 2 cards. Jack 4 suited versus Jack 8 suited. If we see a call, we could see some dangerous flops. Ah, come on.
Jack 8 suited, folded. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I meant before, James. We've seen a couple of tighter folds there, so you can just raise any 2 cards and you're just making a lot of money. I think Moon just wants to go into the day 2 and cash the tournament.
Yeah, and understandably, people do tend to play quite tight, and fatigue's a factor as well, right? It's been a long day for these guys, and it's just like, just fold these last few hands, and then we get to come back tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm very surprised myself how draining those live tournaments can get when you're playing there every day 10, 12 hours, and you try to be patient and try to get every single detail from every player. That's very draining. And you're obviously present. When you're playing online, you can just sit in your chair however you want. Open raise from the button. I think the 5s are quite nice, clear call. You don't want to rejam against the under the gun position. On the other hand, we're playing against one of the chip leaders, so you can get a lot of folds, but I think personally the 5s feel standard to call.
You got all the star power over here, bro. We just watched you, man.
Huh? You like me though, don't you?
And we see a c-bet and a call. I think calling once is definitely okay. The thing is, you're going to get, even though you're ahead against some King X, Queen X, Jack X, you're going to get easily bluffed on those kind of spots. Very nice sizing. He pretty much sizes it up perfectly for a river jam. And he gets another call. Pretty safe river. The only question under the gun has to ask himself, is he calling down ace-9, ace-8, ace-6, ace-5 suited, ace-3? If he does, you got to jam. And I think... No, he doesn't even jam. He leaves him some chips behind.
On camera, too.
He bets half his stack.
You get away with it.
I feel like, I know it sounds stupid, but I feel like I'm more comfortable to call a jam than half pot bet. You can let it go, buddy. It might, yeah, good fold, good fold. It might work for some people thinking, oh, I'm still alive, even though if I lose the pot. It's so hard to bluff there, that sizing.
So a quick reminder that this is the first of 3 days of this tournament, 3 days of live coverage of this APPT Manila main event. We're live again tomorrow. We're live again on Monday. So make sure you're with us on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. Flamingo wants me to take a day off tomorrow so he can watch. Sorry, Flamingo, as I told you in the YouTube chat, they pay me to talk. Have been doing it for 2 decades. If they haven't got rid of me after 20 years, I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. So you're just going to have to keep either turning the volume down so you don't have a headache or just muting the stream. But it was nice chatting with you, by the way. I enjoyed that little conversation we had.
The best conversation you had all day, I guess.
I know, like, you can't even like keep yourself entertained.
To my friends. Imagine me, I played here for 5 levels. Straight. No, I mean now. This one.
They put him in the main here twice.
Yeah, I was here level 11 and 12, then moved out, and then back here 13, 14, 15. Wow. There was an original table over here. Yeah.
I just don't expect to see anything too dramatic during these last couple of hands, Seb. I don't imagine we'll see.
I need my phone.
I agree. They're talking to each other. Everybody's more like, you see it in there. Like, they're sitting comfortable. They're talking. They're just chilling. Nobody wants to get crazy. It's understandable. I don't know. Those 2 short stacks could get it in, but even check 10 offsuit on the button. I don't know if you want to jam this. It really depends. You're obviously jamming into one similar stack and into the big stack. He does min raise. Ah, here we go. Come on, Marco.
Do it.
You're blocking.
Do it.
Yeah, you're blocking the aces. Yeah, perfect. I think that's very well done.
I'm kidding. Legal.
It's just so important to block an ace here. You see, people are struggling a lot to min raise call checks here, for example, or ace king suited, ace queen suited. So having the ace in your hand is just so mandatory to bluff there, and it's just such a beautiful bluff.
Last hand, aces, please.
So this will be the last hand of the day. Unlikely to be consequential, but you never know. The cards may dictate that we see something impactful. We have seen Jung open with King 7 of clubs. Ace 5 is folded.
Yeah. If there is one player I would reshove the ace 5 suited, I guess it's against Young. But okay. It's fine.
So William's going to come along with Jack 10 of spades. King 6-6 on the flop, just the one spade.
I don't mind the check back.
Yeah, sneaky.
Yeah, especially because your opponent could have so many 6x. And the one thing you don't want to have on the last hand of the day to get check raised on that board with your king. So he's aware of that. He checks. He can still get value in the river. I would probably have bet turn, but it's obviously fine to just value bet the river. Just bet 11K and it's all fine.
Yeah, there is
7K.
a river bet and a fold, and that will do it. Congratulations to these guys who are advancing to day 2 when we are going to play into the money. A reminder, world-famous bubble coverage tomorrow. Stream starting 5 p.m. Central European summertime. 2 more days to come from Okada, Manila, and this APPT main event. We look forward to you watching tomorrow. Thank you for your company today. But for now, from Nick Walsh, Seb Huber, and me, James Harskin, it is goodbye from the PokerStars Asia Pacific Poker Tour.